Good morning. Excuse me. Good afternoon. Or good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite Creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. So, with that said, good. Let's see, this would be Wednesday morning, um, October the 19th, I guess. Yeah. Or have we, is it still the 18th? Nope, it's the 19th. 10/19/2022, just as a reference. And at about 12:45, 12:44 a.m. And so, hey, Michelle and Barry and Chloe, three of my most favorite, or some of my, or you know what I mean. Hi, how y'all doing? My three monitors. Hey, how are things with Nate, Michelle? I asked the angels to send a song, so I don't know if they heard it, but um, good. Back when I heard something while we were doing um, who was I just on with? Robert. Golly Moses. Oh man. Um yeah, when something you said uh anyway, when I heard Nate, I was like, whoops, so I said my silent prayer and said, okay guys, send a song. And so but anyway, so that's cool. That's that's always cool. But anyway, so today there goes my Duggar. There's something outside. It's chilly outside at the moment. Hey, Miss Pearl, how are you? Today I had another doctor's appointment. This time to set up um, a sort of a pre-op thing for having a. He's a sport model, let me tell you. For my proctologist, and to have one of them. I can't think of the word now, but they go up you and check out your insides. So I was down in Thomasville, Georgia today. And so I hadn't been to Thomasville in a while, just on the outskirts. And I love you too, sweetie. Um, there's always prayers for you, darling. Honest to goodness. Even though I don't put it out there, there are sometimes I've been having trouble with muddiness in my brain, and having done with some of my meds and stuff, there's a reason why my head feels muddy. Yeah, there you go. Colonoscope. Yeah, yeah. There's another word also, but anyway. Um, so I got done with the doctor, and I'm driving through town, and literally went all the way through downtown, and noticing all the changes and all the different stores and all the different stuff, and I'm like, holy cow! When was the last time I was down this way? Right? So I go south of town, not far, half a mile or so, and I'm noticed off to my right. I say, there's a O'Neill's all you can eat buffet thingy. I'm going to drive on out a little ways, and I really want to go there and eat there. What time is it? Quarter after one, kind of thing, or And so I'm like, I'll get there before the 2 o'clock, bell, kind of thing. So I drive on out of town, just looking both sides of the road, and turn around and come back. And I pull into the parking lot, which is thinned out a lot because now it's later. And I pull into a handicapped parking space in the front there, and I went, wait a minute. Then I veer off and I pull over here, and I see this, I say, elderly couple my age in their late 60s or 70s, and walking across, and we sort of give a hi, how you doing, out the window, and I get out, and the old gentleman says, and for the life of me, I can't remember his name. It wasn't hard, I just can't remember. His wife's name was Sophia. And so I get out of my truck and he goes, so how much you want for your vehicle? And I go, oh, she's not for sale. I've had her for so long and blah, blah, blah. And we're chatting and going into the restaurant. And we walk in and it's a pay before you get in line, right? So I'm right behind him, and me and the husband are talking, and everything's very cordial. And so they're in front of me, and I go up to pay, and the lady says, "You're already paid for." And I was like, "What?" She goes, "No, your lunch has already been paid for." And I was like, "But wait a minute, that these two people are heading off for the buffet line." And the gentleman turns to me and he goes, are you waiting on anybody? And I said, no, I was just here to stop and have lunch, right? They said, well, would you like to eat with us? So it's a really nice, sort of down home country buffet with, potato salad and things. And then there's the, squash and onion. And then there's, really good homemade macaroni and cheese, and there's butter beans, and there's black eyed peas, and there's I had almost every vegetable there was. uh, they had fried okra and just stuff, a whole line of. So I'm going down and filling up my plate with just a little dab of everything, right? Because I don't cook these vegetables much myself, and it's just a delight. So anyway, get to the end, we go and they pick out a table, we sit and have a delightful lunch. Never met these two people in my life. We just happened upon each other. This lovely lady, um, bought my lunch on a whim, just standing in line behind them. And we finished lunch 35, 40 minutes, nice, even, not in a hurry, because we all retired. We got up and walked out together, and I shook their hands and thanked them, and we parted ways. But here's the thing, what a blessing to have just literally bumped into this lovely couple who, for whatever reason, decided to include me and bought my dinner, my lunch. Which is about 10 or 12 bucks, or maybe even more at this all you can eat thing, right? It's probably 15 bucks for supper, but you might get away with 10 bucks for lunch, but still, I mean, didn't ask for nothing or whatever. And she went to, put money on the table for the tip. And I said, no, y'all bought me lunch. I'll make sure that I take care of the tip, which I put a $5 bill on the table. And the whole experience is still mind blowing to me. Like, why me? And there wasn't any particular, like, why'd you buy me lunch? She just did. And I didn't want to go into it too much. Is what I want to say hi to everybody. David Castle, how you doing? Michelle, Chloe. Oh yeah, I mean, for whatever it was, but I mean, I was not looking for anything. You know what I'm saying? Not expecting anything. Hey Steve, how are you? Have I missed anybody? Miss Pearl. Okay, hi everybody. But I mean, I'm always saying, you never know what to expect from day to day. And just being kind to someone and talking to them and a smile And the fact that they included me in their lunch this afternoon was just, I'm I'm blown away, because I really don't expect these things. And when they happen to me, they surprise the bejeebers out of me. And I continue to, you know, um, I don't belabor it, but I'm always trying to find a way to be kind to somebody or to say something nice or something. You know what I mean? And there are times when I kind of wonder if, like, why are you trying to be nice in this particular instance? Sitting in the doctor's office waiting room today, and to be nice to someone a stranger that you've never met, just by being polite and saying, hi, how's your day today? You doing okay? And them being just uh, a stranger out of nowhere, right? But we're both in the same doctor's office. We obviously have similar kind of conditions because we're both at the gastronomist who's going to be checking up our rear end. We're both, seeing a similar doctor in the same office building. So whatever it is, they're going to be looking up our poop chute, right? And checking us out. So I figured that, why not be nice, right? It's just in my nature. But there are times when my ego has to ask the question. Of course, I'm doing it on purpose, to say hi to someone or to be kind, or so then another side of my brain clicks and goes, now why are you being kind? Well, what do you mean? Well, I'm just trying to be kind to somebody. I'm just smiling. Yeah, are you trying to get brownie points? Like, wait a minute, hold on. So the shaman journey, right? So are you trying to get brownie points? Well, wait a minute. I'm just trying to be nice to somebody. Yeah, but you know that if you're nice to somebody and you can pass along some of that good, that helps you in your shaman journey. Well, ain't that kind of being sort of selfish? Well, wait a minute. Hang on. I didn't bump into these two people today to be selfish and ask them to buy my lunch, but that's how it turned out to be. So, as I didn't discuss shaman stuff, but we were discussing being kind to people and the craziness of the world in very truncated situations. How much life has changed and how people are different and how I didn't see a cell phone on them, kind of thing. I think I left mine in the truck, kind of thing. But um, the fact that there was no in overt intentions, in trying to be kind to someone. But there was, when I was sitting in the doctor's office, I've been to the doctor on Monday and today. So, um, and I've been on the phone with doctor's offices and hospitals and all that all day this afternoon when I got home. But anyway, got some more stuff I got to go through. But it's all good. Check me out and make sure everything's working fine. And I've got a cyst on my kidney that's 10 centimeters long, which is about as long as my kidney is. And that's bothering me. Need to go get that checked out. I'm going to have an MRI of my back, but I can't have that done until I have 6 weeks of physical therapy on my lower back. Now I'm 70 years old. I a scaffolding collapsed and I fell off and landed on my back this way in the X that holds up the scaffolding. It had come loose on the top and I fell. And so I know because I have been x-rayed and CT scanned before that I've got lower back issues. Um, scoliosis of my back because my left leg is shorter than the other because of my football injury. So my back has this little side thingy here where I've been trying to compensate for the last 50 years, 45 anyway. But anyway, but to the point, that but the insurance won't pay for an MRI unless I go through 6 weeks of physical therapy, which to me is like, wait a minute, I'm 70. I have, not the oh crap, no, I can't think of it. But anyway, where nerve endings and things go through, and they've got really quick and easy and fairly painless things they can do to take care of these things now when you're back. So, and I was diagnosed with this 25 years ago, ish, or maybe a little more, but, um, and that's what gives you sciatica and all of that with your lower back and your lumbar. So, but instead of letting you go ahead and get an MRI, you have to go through the therapy. You have to go through the therapy that they have developed for the lumbar, for sciatica and stuff. Okay, now that's going to cost me a bunch more money, a bunch of trips back and forth to town to get this therapy. But in order to get the MRI paid for, a CT scan is like 3 grand. Like, what? 5 minutes, 3 grand. Bing, they turn on the machine and 3 grand. I don't know what an MRI cost. Stenosis, that's the word. Did anybody say that? Toil and pain, yeah. Plus 2 dogs. Yeah. Yeah, I've got stenosis of the lumbar, which is very common for people our age. But they insist that you have 6 weeks of therapy. So I'm scheduled to go next week for a consultation, and then they will schedule me for 15, I mean, for whatever, however many, whatever I need to get by. And then my MRI is scheduled for December the 27th because I need 6 weeks of therapy, blah, blah, blah. And so it's like, okay, got to play the game. But in doing all of this, though, I've found some interesting information in playing these little insurance games. And what about your back? And what about this? And so I've done my own little research and I found out about sciatica and stenosis of the lumbar and those types of things that will help me, and that I can go to the local spine doctor and probably have some of this pain alleviated after all these years. Now, see, with all the frustration and talking to the the insurance folks, which haven't been rude, just no, this is our there's standard operating procedures or SOP, right? And you go, well, if that's how you got to play the game, then I guess you got to play the game. But in that frustration, well, I got to do this first, and I can't have that done, and I got to wait, and I got to, well, wait a minute. So, but I can get some therapy. I can get some tips and tricks from, current physical therapists and stuff. And so maybe this isn't such a bad idea in the long run, right? I was taught by a physical therapist years ago because of my left leg and my football injury and everything. I was the manager and trainer of the football team back in high school because I couldn't play. So I went, I can tape up an ankle or, or a knee or an arm or a hand or whatever, I'm really good at it because I worked with some trainers from University of Tampa, who we had trainers who came and volunteered for our football team. But anyway, So, and then I worked with a physical therapist later on, and a massage therapist, and also a pediatrician when I was working at Green Oak Center and doing work with handicapped children. And so over the years, it's kind of hard to forget that kind of stuff. So, but to go to a physical therapist now at my age and having been out of the physical therapy thing for a while, I kind of look forward to see what they got up their sleeve. Like, okay, sort of like training, free training. Now it's going to cost me in gas going back and forth to town to get this free training, but at least it's on this end of town. So, you know, but so with the surprises, of holy crap, I got to do this. Well, holy crap, yeah, narrowing of the spine. Yeah, Mossy Man, how are you? Yeah, I haven't had an MRI done in quite a while, so I don't know how long these take. But I wanted to get a really good picture of my spine. Since I have talked to my doctor last week, I've done some research, and there's some very good information from spine doctors, MDs, and neurologists on how and why stenosis of any of the bones and how they can go in and work on them now. And, the deburring tools and things that they have, for example, with small incisions, and it's outpatient kind of stuff. Like, oh my goodness. And that there are local doctors who are certified in doing these outpatient things, and I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, holy crap! My lower back has hurt so bad sometimes that I'm just in tears, and it drops me to the ground. Which David you talking to, Mossy Man? I'm doing well under the circumstances, and so the pain of having to, all right, I can't go see the spine doctor because we can't get an MRI done, and I got to jump through hoops with the insurance. But the long and the short of it is like, look, I have put up with it for this many years. What's another 6 or 8 weeks, you know? And being an old codger like me, at first I was like, I don't want no stinking, you know, um, physical therapy. I know how to stretch and exercise. And me and Duggar took a really nice walk in the woods this afternoon, and I made it all the way to the river and back on my own steam. I was tired when I got home, but it's been a while since I've been able to make it all the way down to the river and back. So my strength in my back, and but my lower back hurt, the entire walk, you know, and it's hurting me right now, And since I can't take any of the amphetamines, I'm sorry, that amphetamines, no, that's not one of my ibuprofens and oh, analgesics and some of them that are on that list because of my kidneys now. So, I'm in a fairly decent amount of pain under the circumstances, but I'm trying not to bitch, and I'm looking forward to the man. If I can get in the next, right after Christmas, and that I can get rid of some of this pain, like for good, even 50% of it. Oh my God, what a blessing that will be. So I will tolerate all this hunky stuff from now until then. Just saying. Now, in the meantime of getting an MRI, I can, and the 6 weeks that it takes to do that, I can see about, I will, in that during that process, also be sent to a spine doctor. Um, and so, and I can get, they do subdural hematoma stuff. No, they give you shots under the skin in your lower back, and it can at least alleviate some of the pain for a while. So I've had that done before, and so okay, but all of this to help me, to feel better and be able to walk better. Did you have some kind of accident? Yeah, years ago, Mossy Man. And back in the spring when we did all this cutting of trees and stuff, I had 3 days of where I was working like a Chinese immigrant in the coal mines back in the day. But anyway, cutting wood and piling it up and stuff, and I hurt my back. I mean, it's always been bad, and I've been nursing it since the spring. But everything that I do requires picking up something that's heavy. So my back never gets better. And at 70, and when I was growing up on the carnival, have you seen carnival rides? Most of yous. And for example, the tilt-a-whirl, there is some heavy pig iron that is and holds up the track for the tilt-a-whirl and those big heavy tubs and the bull plates that them tubs sit on. It's all real heavy. Well, back in the day, I'm talking about 13, 14, 15 years old, and progressively through the years of putting them rides together, being able to sling those big old pieces of track and the the struts underneath that hold up the track and give it a shape. I mean, and the worked on the merry-go-round where everything on the merry-go-round was heavy and greasy. But we started this out when we was 13, 14 years old. I mean, my first summer on the carnival when I turned 13. And so I've been slinging heavy stuff all my life, and it's just has taken a toll on my back, plain and simple. But it doesn't take much. I can turn wrong and I go down. My legs will buckle, from the sciatica. But anyway, if I can go to therapy and they can teach me something and help alleviate the pain, and I have just ignored doctors for the last 7 to 10 years, right? As many of you know. But now I'm looking at it as like, the insurance is covering a lot of this stuff with zero copay. Why not? I went 7 years without going to a doctor, without not one dime did I ask Medicare to pay for anything for me. And now it's like, screw it. you know, Not to be rude, but, and I got to say that well care, if you don't have, if for those of you who may be, discussing um, Medicare or Medicaid, depending. Medicaid pays for a lot more than Medicare does, but Medicare, I have well care. And because I'm poor enough, I qualify for a certain helpful program for those of us with more limited income. And they even have a program now where they will pay $50 to help you pay your utility bill every month. And I'm like, what? Now, what's that got to do with Medicare? But if you can't stay healthy and you're cold or hot, depending on, which way the wind's blowing, that they're going to donate $50 a month to help you pay your utility bill. Like, well, okie doke. Well, most months my utility bill is only like $40, $45, so that would absolutely pay for my utility bill. But the WellCare versus, what's the one? Humana and these other ones, I gotta say, they have called me on the phone. They have done their best to facilitate in every way possible to take care of my needs. I don't know that my friends who had Humana, that Humana ever called and checked up on them just to see how the hell they were doing. So, for those folks who are wondering about WellCare and Medicare, I gotta say, I'm very, very happy with WellCare, especially at my pay grade level. And that, if you're looking to go to Humana or picking, because this is the time of year you gotta pick and choose which healthcare provider you're going to have for the next year. I got to say, WellCare has been extremely well. I just am very satisfied. Have yet to pay a copay on any doctor that I've been to. So before, every time I went to the doctor, I had to make a copay. Now I don't. I have Kaiser Permanente. I can't pronounce that, Mossy Man. I'm gonna have a 20 with y'all. Oh, it's 1:15, so I'm a little early, but so the blessings from the universe have come in just really weird, mysterious ways for me. Like today, having had my lunch paid for at just out of the blue with strangers I've never met, and had a absolutely delightful, lunch with these two folk. I'll remember that for a long time. I wish I'd gotten their names, honestly. And I can't remember his for nothing, but I can see his face, and he had MIT on his shirt, and he was from out of town, but she was from Thomasville, and just lovely people. But the fact that you just never know. So I've went through times in my life where, oh God, there's nothing good out there. There's nothing, nothing's ever gonna, you know, come my way. It's all life is always gonna be hard. There's never gonna be anything good that comes out. I gotta suffer, and which I'm bitching and complaining about my kidney, and I'm bitching and complaining about my back, and you know, and I'm trying to like, just keep it out of there. Johann dancing, gypsy. It. There needs to be more dancing, as for me especially with back pain and so forth. I my spirit beings have been kicking me in the butt to go build a fire and do some dancing and do a drum, and there's got to be some dancing going on. So, but it is good to see you. They have that in Georgia. You mean what you just put down? Another mug of hot black spiced tea. That sounds good. And I'm going to have a bowl. It's 1:17 a.m. in the morning time here. And one of the other things too, in that all the nurses and staff and so forth from I've been to a bunch of doctors now, and in and out, this one and that one. And I gotta say that the kindness is going around. And since I've been to my doctor, Dr. Ethan McBrayer, got a name drop, who's a very nice young man and seems to be very alert and very knowledgeable, because some of the things we have discussed, I can see him just, kind of look up, and right off the top of his head, he says something. And then he says, let me double check. And he's got his little computer, and he goes, yep, I was right. And blah, 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 blah. And Good to see you too, Johan. Cheers. The kidney doctor, for example, the other day, the nurse who interviewed me ahead of time, but he was like, "Oh, come over here and sit next to me and let's have a chat," And I was like, "What?" Very pleasant, very calming, and very nice bedside manner or whatever. And back in the day when you know, I, I gave up going to see medical doctors because, they were so gruff and cold and didn't give two craps. It was like, we got 10 minutes here. Now state your case and I'll give you my 10 cents and I'm out of here. And these folks are not like that at all. I'm every doctor I've been to, every nurse practitioner, everybody who's in it are like, "Do you understand? Have I covered everything for you? Do you have any questions?" And more than once they asked this. All of them. The lady today, she's she's about to bust. She's so pregnant. And Miss Jessica, and I would she was not just kind, she was pleasant. "Hi, Mr. Dave. How you doing today? You doing all right?" Now, I've never met this woman, but her gentleness and her kindness and just the way she spoke to me, I was immediately at ease. I was like, "Whoa, okay, all righty here." And of course, I love the South. And Thomasville's got some absolutely wonderful people in it, like the folks who bought me lunch today, just out of nowhere. But there was this genuine, we really care how you feel. Is the blood passing out of your rectum? Is it dark red? Is it pink? And what does it look like on the paper? I mean, I was like, the way she delicately talked about, blood coming out your rear end, I was like, oh my God. Now she said practice at this because she is a nurse practitioner, blah, 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 and this is her job. But um how she was just so cool about the whole thing, me being a man and I'm talking about my rear end and and she just put everything to ease and it was just like, oh my God. where did where did these people come from? The lady the other day who took blood from me, we had this pleasant conversation. I told her, I said, I just got here and I had to pee as soon as I walked in, and you're the kidney folks, and I know you want a sample. And so she goes, well, here's a cup and here's something, and maybe you can go get some water. And I'm standing there, literally, she's has taken samples from me and she's doing her mojo on the computer. And I'm standing in there jumping up and down. And she looked at me and she grinned and she goes, Mr. Noel, does that really help? And I'm like, look, you want some urine out of me? I'm going to do everything. Gravity's got to help me here. And she just laughed. And I kept jumping up and down, hoping that I could pee because I was like, as soon as I could do that, I could leave. And so the whole experience of just meeting these strangers I've never seen before, met before, within the medical staff and other things, but how pleasant most of these folks are. And they don't have to be, I'm here to take your blood, Mr. Knoll, and nothing has to be said. But me, I got to have conversation with folk. It's just, why not? But a lot of times I'm asking about a machine or like, so out of one of those vials, how many tests can you do? And I learned out of one test tube, they normally can perform three different types of tests. So out of four tubes, they were going to run 12 tests on me that had not been run from my previous sets of tests of blood that has been drawn. So it's like, okie doke. So I learned something extra the other day, and had a good time talking with the lady that was taking my blood and doing the thing, and so. But in every one of those conversations, there are pleasantries, there are blessings, there are like the lady said, well, I mentioned something just in having a conversation, and she goes, well, God bless you, Mr. Dave, and blah blah blah, and I'm like, and blessings back to you, and so to a stranger I've never met, whose job it is to pull life fluids from us for testing, we're having pleasantries and giving blessings to each other and hoping and sending peace and prayers and politeness and kindness and compassion and all them good things just by her being a good person and me being I hope a good person, and just exchanging energies. And it's like those are the little blessings that are there each day, and folks sometimes just avoid them. So for me, I'm always looking for a conversation or something like that. Today was just so freaky that lady paid for my. I had known him for a whole 3 minutes. Paid for my lunch. I mean, it was like 12 or 15 bucks for the buffet kind of thing. I mean, it wasn't like $5 kind of. It was, this day and age some change. So it's like now I got to hunt somebody down to buy them lunch. you know. Um, But I was thinking about some friends of mine's actually today and wondering if they had had lunch yet and could I drive into town but I'd ate Chinese the other day, and when I saw the buffet today, I was like, man, some good hometown, showing up country victuals, oh, just yum yum, and I had 7 different vegetables and combinations thereof with homemade gravy on homemade mashed taters, that weren't that weren't instant mashed potatoes. You could still see the skin on them. They were red potatoes, new potatoes. But anyway, um, and good down home unsweetened iced tea that was that delicious. But anyway, to just be just taken by surprise, just because you showed up at the right time, you know, and because you're pleasant with people. And is it because I've been pleasant with people everywhere that I've been recently, at the hospital, at the nurses, at the doctors, at the thingy, at the over here, over there? Because normally I'm at home, right? And so to be out and about and meeting people and greeting folks and how you doing and holding doors open and have and exchanging pleasantries. um s- Spirit bought me lunch. I mean, why me, Lord? What have I ever done to deserve even one? You know, but that there is some to that. Like, so why did I deserve lunch pay today? I got money, But anyway, I'm not trying to pick it apart, but I am absolutely so grateful that things like this just still happen. And just to me, out of the blue, without any warning, for no rhyme, reason, or whatever. And that's why I keep telling folks, man, you got to have faith. You got to just believe. Because now, small, good things can come in. Good night, y'all, too. Johan, blessings. I am so blessed. It is just beyond belief, that these little things just come my way for no particular reason. But, you know, I don't expect them. I look for times where I can be the one that gives that out. I'm the one that's going to buy you lunch, and no, don't worry about it. Let me do and then just out of the blue have it come back around without any expectation. It's just, you got to have faith in the universe. And it might not happen all the time, but when it does, it's just thank you to the universe. And yes, will find some way to pay it forward, as I of, often do. And, that's kind of sort of my rule. But in the shaman world, in the shaman journey, there are things that, if you're leading a good shaman life, if you're walking the red road, there are people and things that you come upon who just surprise you with gifts, with a lunch or a meal or a something. Here, you come over here and sit down, and I got plenty to eat here for lunch, and some of this is going to go to waste. And why just sit down and have conversation, and I'll buy you lunch. Come on. And I've been there myself. And so you meet someone on the road of life. I say on my shaman journey because in these last 7 years, I've been more strict about my shaman life. So I'm always sending prayers. I was driving around today up and down the road, and I'm sending out prayers to folks, and going, wow, go sit and have something to eat. And, being by myself, I was worried about Duggar here at the house by himself, but I'm going to go eat and stuff my face. And he's not going to be there. And, well, but there was a piece of, fried chicken that I was able to, put into a napkin and bring home to him. So he got some lunch too. Um, Dogs are saying they're ready for bed, but I'm not sleepy yet. Yeah. Thank you, Elder. My vibe is so high right now just because y'all showed up. Thank you, Johan. And, you know, that's always good energy. But from the shaman perspective, if you do the right thing, regardless of how far down that shaman spirit road you've been, if not, you're going to run across snakes, you're going to run across places where you're going to be thirsty or hungry and thirsty, or maybe even wet and hot or wet and cold, or, the situation may not be the best, but you stay on your journey, you stay on the walk. And then just out of the blue, when there's nothing really challenging you, just a blessing comes by. And you go, wow, that's interesting. Like the my insurance company calling me up and going, hey, look, we're going to give you $50 a month for your utility bill. How about that? Okay, why not? All right, sounds good to me. You know, I can afford to pay it. I have, worked out my budget, but if you want to give me $50, okay, that's like getting some of that money that Social Security cheated me out of for so many years, how Medicare cheated me out of so many things for so many years. And now you want to give me $50 a month for my utility bill? I'll take it. I'll take it. That's payback for what you all did to us. All of us baby boomers and so forth. So the fact that the insurance company has this available, that's luck. Ain't that a blessing in disguise? That just kind of sort of come out of nowhere. Okie dokie. So wasn't expecting it, didn't ask for it, But if you stay on your journey long enough, sometimes stuff comes to you. But you got to have faith. Even in the lean times, Kathy Barnhart. Oh my goodness gracious. God bless you, baby. You still alive too? Did you hear about my heart attack? Yeah, checkups. Your lunch blessing shows good people are out there. Oh, I never give up on that, but this was just so out of the norm. Gosh, Bill's brother. Yes, I did hear. My sister uh, called me the other day because we've been personal friends with the Stankos for a long time, and it was sad to hear about Chucky. But you know, he had been with several partners who had had HIV over the years, and the fact he's about 2, maybe 3 years older than I am, we are, so that would have put him about 72 or 3. The fact that he made it through all the years um, of different partners who have all passed away from HIV or HIV related instances, that he made it all these years, you know, but I remember the good times with Chuck and the things that he taught me and over the years, and the times on the carnival, and just there were a lot of good things Chucky did, so but how are you, Miss Kathy? Yeah, I understand that the last little while he's been suffering, and I did not know that, but that he is absolutely in a better place now. Yeah. So for Kathy, I don't know if you've heard, but I had a heart attack and was in the hospital for a weekend in July, and which affected my kidneys and just a bunch of stuff across the board. And but since then, I've had my heart checked, uh, and all is turning out okay. Although now I'm on like 10 different medicines, some of them twice a day, and been to the doctor for colonoscopy. And I've got a cyst on my right kidney that will be taken care of soon. And hopefully, with the next 6 to 8 weeks, I will finally get help from my lumbar. So, oh, you do? Okay. Well, I wasn't sure, but that's the short and the long of it. But boy, there's been a lot of lessons along the way. Let me tell you. But I am so glad to see that you're doing all right, and that uh, yep, my cholesterol and all my blood work and everything has come back really well. And I'm the one that gave me kidney disease with all the ibuprofen and aspirin and goody powders and BC, and that all has attributed to my kidney disorder, and other disorders too. So my blood pressure has been under control. Today it was 107/65, and my heart rate was like 68, which is all really good. So thumbs up. So the meds are working, and I'm working on it myself to try to, to stay. I don't know if I can get any healthier because I don't eat greasy foods and things and stuff, and I try to stay away from stuff that will, you know, give you a heart attack. Like I gave up, fake butter, for example, and I use real butter. And people are like, well, if yep, did you know what hydrogenated oil is? I know it's supposed to taste like butter, but nothing tastes like real butter except butter. I'm sorry. It's parquet. Yeah, it's whipped up oil, and it will clog your arteries in a heartbeat. So I'm very lucky that my arteries are not clogged. Prove that. So those folks who go, oh, you can't have real butter, it's going to be bad for you. Then how come all these other people who are eating, you know, not real butter, their arteries are clogged and mine ain't? Because I seen the pictures. You know what I mean? It's just like, okay, go ahead and argue with me. Argue your point that that's better than real butter. I'm sorry. No processed foods, fish oil, olive oil, butter. And yeah, and see, and uh, almost the only oil that I use is olive oil. I mean, for years, olive oil. I made some, fried up some eggs with some, you know, a little bit of sausage and onion and what else? Something else yesterday, and fried it up with some fresh eggs from the neighbors, and and olive oil, and I never get an upset stomach. I don't ever get the runs from it. Corn oil and all these other hydrogenated oils and stuff. I gave them all up and have just stuck with olive oil over the years. And my heart could be in a lot worse shape. They did check my arteries and they're all good. So, my the argument for me to continue using olive oil is, hey, I got a heart condition, but it's because I've been smoking cigarettes since I was 13. It ain't because of grease and saturated oils and other stuff. And my arteries are not clogged. I saw the pictures myself, So, don't argue with me about, well, no, you should have been eating this. Eh. My diet, all the doctors that I've talked to up to this point have said, whatever you're doing with your diet, keep it up. Because even though I do have a 20% heart loss, you're still in good shape. You quit smoking, I'm still at a half a pack a day. And every time I look at one of them damn cigarettes, I think, a nail in the coffin. And I'll put it down and I'll come back an hour later, but I still have not quit smoking cigarettes. But, after having the heart condition and the heart attack and being so, having that near death experience was like, it was a real eye opener. Like, go ahead and smoke a pack of cigarettes, dumbass. But wait a minute, hang on now. I have been bitching at other people who have heart conditions, and why don't you quit smoking? That's me. And now it's me and I go look in the mirror and go, why don't you quit smoking? Well, because it's really hard after all these years. I have cut down so much and have changed my life and quit doing drugs and cocaine and being an alcoholic, and I've done so well. How I deserve these 10 cigarettes a day, right? That was before the heart attack. And now it's like, dude, you got to give up a few more of them. Seriously. How much longer do you want to live? Well, with all the other good blood work and stuff that's come in for me, if I do really well, I can live as long as my uncle is now, who's 86 or 7 or something. So I could live as long as him. So do I want to live with oxygen mask in a tank? Um, do I want to have one of those little battery operated, gizmos? Not making fun of them folks, but am I going to have to carry a respirator with me? When I go down the river with Duggar, I mean, am I going to have to put a tank on the back? Am I have to, put scuba gear on to get around and do stuff? So I obviously still have changes to make. Yeah, I agree with you. You can't get the hubby to quit. Well, as much as I'm like, I have been the, I have been the bitch or the bitch like, hey, you got heart problems. Don't you think you should be smart enough to quit? And now it's in my ballpark. And now I feel humbled. I really do, in that I have, shaken my finger at other people over the years. And I commend those folks who go like, that's it, you know. Well, it was pretty easy when I found out that ibuprofen and these other aspirins and things that I've taken over the years has been the primary reason, a pretty good culprit of why my kidneys are bad. So that's an easy one. Whoops, give that up. No more ibuprofen. Dump them down the toilet, or you know. And I've had conversations with a lot of other people since then, and warning people, like how many of those do you take, and maybe you should find something else. But anyway. But so with that said, and the NSAID that seems to be the culprit of a lot of it, it's going to kill your kidneys. And it should be in great big giant letters on ibuprofen. Warning, your kidneys will die if you take this regularly. And doctors are prescribing 800 milligram pills for people you know, for pain. Because since the big thing about opioids and everything. So, but they're not warning people that if you take this on a regular basis, which every month, guess what? They get another supply of 800 milligram ibuprofen that they take 2 or sometimes 3 times a day. And they don't say it because it used to give them to me. And nobody said this is going to kill your kidneys. But you want to stay off opioids? Here's 800 milligram ibuprofen. And you can only get them from the doctor and the pharmacist. Not a word about kidneys. Not a word about how dangerous it is and what's going to happen with prolonged use. Little tiny thing, and you got to read the thing, and oh, it should be in huge letters. This shit will kill you. Okay. Um, what? So, but anyway, such is the game of pharmacies and over the counter stuff. And yeah, I mean, prolonged use could affect the kidneys. No, it can and will, not could. They need to change that warning. This will affect your kidneys, not might or could. This will, in bigger letters, just say it, you know, and the doctors who are prescribing, not just me it's been a few years ago, but friends of mine who knew I was on ibuprofen as my only primary drug of choice for my pain were, look, I got a couple of these 800 milligram. I'll give you a couple. Well, you ain't supposed to do that, but it's ibuprofen and it's not a narcotic. And yeah, okay. So, but these folks have been prescribed these 800 milligram ones for a while. And I've asked them since then, did your doctor say anything at all about this being hard on your kidneys? No. But they prescribe 3 of these a day for you? Yeah. But they don't warn you? And they keep prescribing them? How long you been on them? 2 years. Well, at 800 milligrams times 3 for 2 years, oh my God. So you've gotten kidney damage. And your doctor gave it to you because they don't want to put you on some type of opioid or some other type of medication. They want to keep. So in the meantime, they're going to give you kidney disease. What? You can't win. You know what I mean? So I'm on 10 different medicines now. And having had conversations with a gastrologist person today, and the effects of this particular drug here, which is a blood thinner, and it's Xarelto in this little square bottle kind of thing. And the reason I know that it messes with your bowels and will make blood come out your hole, your a hole, is that I was on 20 milligrams of this when I first came out of the hospital, and I was finding way too much pink spots on the paper, and they dropped me to 15 milligrams, and the incidence is reduced, but I'm still getting blood out of my stool. Now, this pill is really damn tiny. I mean, it's really small. And this tiny little pill upsets my stomach and apparently a bunch of other folks because bleeding out of the rectum and having trouble is one of the side effects of this tiny little pill, which you only take once a day, but it's a blood thinner. So it's known really quickly within, because the heart doctor said, "Oh, we're gonna drop you down from 20 milligrams to 15 if you're bleeding out your rectum. Yeah, we're going to take care of this right away because we know this is a side. This tiny little pill does that. Um, so I'm fighting something that everybody knows is the side effect of the drug. And a lot of people are on this drug, which means there are a lot of assholes that are bleeding, which is like, what? You know? So, but they don't want me to stop taking this. My blood pressure was 107 over 65 today. Um, but, do I have to take this much? Can I like take this once every other day? It will help to keep my blood thin. And since everything else is good with my cholesterol and all, I mean, can't I get away with, lesser than this? Do you have a 10 milligram one? And why does this make everybody want to have blood out their hole? I mean, what? Anyway, but that's such is life. I mean, so now I'm going to a proctologist because of a drug that is making me pass blood on the paper kind of thing. Anyway, choice of pain or not, I guess. Yes, blood thinners. Prednisone causes ulcers. Um, I know there are other things out there, and me and my heart condition is new to these things, and so they don't know it. But I skipped yesterday my Xarelto. It's my choice whether or not to take them every day on time. So I'm looking at, I'm taking my own blood pressure. I'm looking at my own results and going, if I take this every other day, which will ease my stomach issues and so forth. So with my own, oh, but you shouldn't fool with your medicine. Well, if the medicine is going to change my life that much, I think maybe I need to titrate it myself. If I take it every other day, like clockwork, then I'm going to get half as much, and Flavix is not as bad. Yeah, see, I'm really new to this heart medicine and stuff. So, but it's time for me to have a gastro look at my prostate anyway. Um, because I'm just at that age again, and it's been 10 years since I've had a prostate exam. So, it's okie dokie, especially when my real father had a prostate issue when he was in his 60s, and I'm 70. And so I had my checkup earlier, but now it's time for a re-checkup. So I'm good with that, regardless of the Xarelto. And thank you, Kathy, for that Plavix. I'll try to keep that in mind. All I need to really do though is type in blood thinners, and all kinds of stuff comes up. The internet is great for things these days, I swear. You know, the amount of detail that I got on spinal, I've had three operations on my neck, right? So I know a little bit about the process, having had to go through it three times. And they didn't get it right the last time, So I've been having neck pains, and my hands go numb all the time, you know. And it's my acceptable, thing of life, you know. But now I find out that they can go in with little incisions and a little deburring tool, and take the pressure off the spine to where the tingling and stuff will go away, and there's no pressure on the spine, and what? Oh, holy cow! And that it's actually very simple procedures now with quote the new technology. And because I have been remiss about, oh, doctors, piss on them. They've always done me wrong, and they damn near killed me, and they got it wrong three times in a row with my neck. Why should I go back? They have done some extraordinary things since then. And so, for me being a curmudgeon about the medical stuff and this and that and blah blah blah, I gotta say I in doing more research, and the doctors who actually showed spinal stenosis as thinning of the spinal canal as we age. Well, not just the thinning, but it's the bone that protrudes into the spinal canal, is what I learned the other day. But yes, Kathy, and having had so many spinal injuries from falling and other stuff over the years, I know I got it. You know what I mean? And since my football injury and one leg being shorter than the other, I also have a little bit of scoliosis too. So you take blue algae. I did years ago that include cayenne pepper, cinnamon curry, ginger. Yeah, I love fresh ginger. Oregano. I use a lot of, well, I use more oregano than other things. I also use thyme. Not too much on the turmeric. They won't do Fred's because he can still walk. When I found out yesterday and today that in order to get an MRI and for the my Medicare to pay for it, I have to have 6 weeks of therapy, physical therapy, before they will pay for an MRI of my back. Okay, but ain't that stupid? I mean, I'm just saying. I got a YouTube video, this bookmark, 10 exercises for lower lumbar. But knowing that I've had physical abuse to my spine and the scoliosis from one leg being shorter than the other for all these years, for the last 50 years since my football accident, all of these things combined deserve an MRI. Okay, I'll take the 6 weeks of therapy, but that's the prerequisite now. So, in order to play the game, I'm going to go do 6 weeks of therapy. So, he actually got the MRI without the therapy, but the surgeon said not bad enough to do surgery. Well, that's just craziness, because any pinch or anything that's protruding against the spinal cord, the column, is, well, it's not bad enough. You should live in my shoes. That's what I would tell the doctor. Years ago, when I had my surgery back in the 80s, and I think the last one was in 89, I went back to see my orthopedic surgeon, and he had had a neck injury. And he had went and he told me, he said, I never realized how painful the neck is. Um, I've treated patients for the last 15 years. I'm an orthopedic surgeon, blah, blah, blah. And he said, I had no idea what y'all have been going through. And it's like, yeah, walk a mile in my moccasins. Why don't you? You tell me that there's not enough evidence for you to go in and relieve that pressure. And I'm telling you that when it kicks up, my sciatica makes both of my legs go numb and I drop to my knees and wherever I am. And you tell me that's not bad enough? Look, Doc, I hope it never happens to you, but when it does, remember I said these words, walk a mile in my moccasins, and then you'll find out. So, but up to this point, I haven't had anybody that's been like that yet, but I don't really care, you know. Um, if they want to give me a shot and that helps relieve some of the pain for a little while, okie doke, you know. I've been through enough pain and stuff over the years. Go ahead, give me a shot. I've had those shots before, and they do work up to a point. But now, if the insurance will pay for the shots instead of any kind of corrective whatever, or they'll pay for the therapy for me to go and have this done, okie dokie. You know, if it ain't out of pocket, all right. Because I see anything that's to try to benefit me, if I look at it in the pot, I, oh, I was a snob the other day. I don't need no stinking physical therapy. I know how to do exercises and stretch my back. And of course, now when the insurance said, yeah, but you got to take this, or else, I went, let me meditate on this and reconsider the options here. So, yes, it's going to mean more trips into town. Okay, that's an inconvenience to me. It's going to be a cost for the driving, but they're going to give me $50 to pay on my electric bill, on my insurance. So, okay, so the 50 bucks on my insurance, I'm sorry, for my electric bill, it might cost about that much in gas back and forth to Moultrie over those 6 weeks. So that kind of evens out. So, plus, I get to go see any new physical therapy techniques or procedures or whatever, right? So, a refresher course for me. So, what might be bad news, you got to go to therapy. The good news is, I've got extra money that I wasn't expecting, and I might learn something in the process. Plus, insurance is going to then pay for the MRI, and I'm not going to have to worry about thumbs up. So, okay. So, in this good things in the universe discussion, although one could look at that there's bad news in this, well, you're going to have to do this. You're going to have to blah, blah, blah. You're going to have to blah, blah, blah. You can't do that. You can't do this, and you can't do. Okay, fine. But in the long run, I think it's going to work out. So, um, we can take things that are put before us that can be hurdles we can't jump over, or that we create hurdles, period, where maybe it's just a speed bump and now it's a 3 foot hurdle. Now I got to learn how to jump over this son of a bitch. I hope they can help your back pain. Yeah, me too, Kathy. I'm in a positive mood about the whole thing. Up to this point, they didn't find anything in my blood. No cancer cells. Knock on wood. So far, cholesterol. All the things that I was worried about ain't there. At least up to this point. So whatever colonoscopy and whatever, my prostate is enlarged. I do have a cyst on my right kidney and a large cyst. And I'm being sent to the plumbing doctor. What do you call him? Yeah, anyway, but everything is within limits and can be controlled and can be fixed with relative ease. So I know a lot of other folks. My brother's in a lot worse shape than I am, and he's several years younger than me. A lot of folks that I know that are younger than me, a lot worse shape than me. So I count my blessings, and I'm so grateful that I listened to my spirit guides years ago when they said, Dave, you got to stop some of this nasty stuff. You know, if you will try this and if you will do this. Yeah, you too, my friend. And blessings to you, dear Kathy. And say hi to everybody and, and wave across the screen. And I'm glad you're still with us. And Fred too. Never give up and God bless you. You too, Mossy man. Cosmic hugs there, Kathy. And I say, still one of these days, when you Lake City, right? We need to get together and do a fire. You know, me and my dog will come and spend the night. We'll come camping, and you're always welcome here. But anyway, so the blessings from the universe come in all different shapes and sizes. Steve's out of here too. Yep. Well, you know me, I'm just here after my Tuesday night, storytelling with Robert V. And I get wound up and caffeined up with my coffee and everything, and so it's to come and hang out with you um, here on Tuesday nights. I've been I was ready to do something the other night, but these meds that I'm taking, there are times when I am just absolutely exhausted. And I was like, I really wanted to do a video the other night and just hang out with y'all. It was Saturday or Sunday night, and I just could not muster up enough energy. And I was like, dang it, man. I don't know what I wanted to bullshit about the other night, but it was an interesting topic that my brain was going through, but my body was just like, no. Oh, hey, Pearl. But for whatever reason, there's a little bit of yawning going on. For whatever reason, I just could not deal with it. Um, but I'm taking several medicines that, is, dizziness, drowsiness. Oh, Jesus, thank you. That's all I need, you know, to be drowsy some more when I'm kind of drowsy headed anyway. But um, an interesting twist of medicines is, and I'm trying to, um, is because of my back pain and it being neurological, I am now back on gabapentin. And I remember that I was on it years ago. And when my doctor discussed, I told him, I said, I got to have something to relieve this pain. That's just all there is to it. I got to have something, doc. So he goes down the list and he goes, well, what about gabapentin? And I thought to myself, yes, because I've had it before and I've had relatively good results with the gabapentin. And so he prescribes it to me. Okie dokie. Not much conversation about effects or what it's used for, because it's like I was like, right, that one, I want that one right there, gabapentin. I've worked with it before, but well, let's try that. So I get home and I'm reading gabapentin shows up on my YouTube, like, oh, the side effects of gabapentin and long-term effects and blah blah blah, and what gabapentin's used for. And gabapentin's also used for, guess what? Seizure type control. Well, I've had issues over the years with seizures, but I wasn't given gabapentin for the seizures. I was given gabapentin for the nerve ending issues. That the gabapentin is supposed to help, shut off some of the nerve endings, basically, and which helps relieve the pain. Okie dokie. But so I'm getting a twofer after all these years of having issues with my seizure control and stuff. He prescribes me a medicine that is to help with nerve ending back pain, but is also in a sideways motion helping me with seizure control, which I wasn't asking for seizure control. But the side effects of this are like, wait a minute. So I've been off seizure medication for quite a few years now. I still have issues, not nearly as bad, but I do still have. So now this back pain medicine can also help with my how about that? So a weird twist of fate, if you will. So for me, I'm taking it, I'm trying to titrate it into my system so that, it will make you drowsy. It will, but at the same time, it's done something to my brain thingy. And so I've only been on it now for like less than a week. And I'm being cautious at that because of all the other medications I'm taking. But I'm pleased with the results at this point. My sleeping is deeper. I'm actually getting some REM sleep, which I have not been getting because I'm up and down all the time with having to go pee. I'm on tamsulosin, which is helping to control my bladder and prostate. And now all of a sudden I'm sleeping for 3 or 4 hours instead of 1 or 2. So I'm getting a deeper sleep, which is great. So I'm taking all these medicines. I've got to put up with drowsiness and this and that. But at the same time, there's been some odd little coinky dinks that have been beneficial. Now I got to get used to it. But, in the shaman journey, there are blessings and hardships along the way. And the best thing for me is like, I've had to just to have faith that these meds that I'm taking are going to help keep me healthy and alive. So I know I keep talking about myself and meds and my condition, but I've had to have faith. I've had to muster up faith to accept these gifts, these doctors and nurses and tests and medicines. I want to stick around a while longer. And if this is what I got to do and I have to live with these different things, so it's a pain in the ass to have to s- schedule my life around taking these dead gum medicines. But if they're going to keep me healthier, if I'm going to be in better shape, if I'm not going to die of a heart attack tomorrow, those are all good things. Those are blessings in my book. So argue and complain with the things we have to do on this, red road journey. And for anyone else, spiritual or otherwise, life is a journey. And we can make it as tough as we want or as hard. Oh, I got to take these meds. Oh, I got to go see another freaking doctor. Oh, I got to jump through the hoops again. Oh, yeah, okay, bitch and complain all you want to, you know. But at the same time, you meet some wonderful people along the way, and maybe somebody will buy you lunch just out of the blue. That's how great the universe is. You know, it just is. What time is it? It's two what? It's time for another bowl. That's all there is. David, there's a lawsuit for damage of gabapentin. That stuff really hurt me. Diarrhea for 3 years. Oh my God. I did not have that. And the folks that I know who do take it are not. There are some really high doses of gabapentin. I'm on 100 milligrams twice a day if I take both of them. And so I took the gabapentin earlier this evening, kind of sort of as a go to sleep, let work on my back while I'm sleeping. But yeah, I've heard some nasty things about gabapentin too. And I'm sorry about that, Miss Pearl. I really am. But for me, and the amount of pain that I have been in, to have some relief of it, but also the side effect for me being that it's for seizure control, and my dosage is so low. Just going to see how it goes, but it has not given me any side effects other than the sleepy thingy kind of, you know. Diane B, hey, how are you? Great big hugs back to you, girlfriend. So with all the extra stuff that I have to go through, and I know that other people go through extra stuff every day, okay? It's just that by my being a hermit for these last 7 to 10 years, without having to, pretty much go anywhere, you know, and to have to go through all these hoops and stuff and forms and medicines and dates and appointments and times and phone calls and just the whole damn thing just for me sucks. But I realize that it's necessary. But at the same time, so all of my complaints, I've met some nice people, you know. Oh, I gotta go to the damn doctor. Ah, bitch, 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 bitch. You know what I mean? So and having lunch bought for me today was just out of the blue, just one of the nicest things, you know. I wished I could remember the gentleman's name. We had such a pleasant conversation. But anyway, so is it 20 yet? Almost. I'm going to start early. something, something I came across the other day, and it was an interesting statement. And you've heard me talk before about the Catholic monks and priests and other folks too over the years, but specifically the Catholic monks, about how can you pray all day? How can you meditate all day? How can you meditate and pray while you're out working in the field or doing whatever it is that you do to help around the monastery, right? And back when I was a kid, long time ago, right? When I was 17, 18, 19 years old, to put it in a, how long ago do you mean, Dave? Um, and I'm learning in my shaman journey that the prayer, once you get used to it, once you understand it, the prayer is continuous. The prayer never ends. I woke up the other morning with somebody on my mind, and I was like, I don't know, but I'm going to send a prayer out to this person because it was like really vivid and really strong. And like, here you go. And then 5 minutes later, I went back to sleep. But I woke up and it was for whatever it was. I've not talked to this person about it or nothing, but in my realm, in my journey, in my what I have accepted is that if a prayer is necessary, then my spirit guides know that that's what I'm here for, is to send a prayer out. And so the fact that it was so strong the other morning when I woke up, I was like, whoa, that was, well, whatever it is, here's a prayer back to you. And I went and peed and got something to drink and took a drag off a cigarette and went back to sleep, and thought just whatever it was in the universe, and whether it was actually this person that I sent the prayer to or not, but it was so vivid, it was like, okie doke. I just accept it, right? So, but at the same time, that in a way, that's a burden because I've accepted 24/7 in this area. So if someone needs my assistance, if it's the middle of the night, I gotta say this prayer. If it's the middle of the daytime, now there are times when I've gotten phone calls from some people and I'm literally can't handle it. I'm not in the mood. I just would have trouble having conversation, let alone having like a deep conversation to try to nourish or help someone. They're calling me probably for a reason, right? And that they need my energy, they need to have a chat, whatever it is, it's going to require my energy one way or the other, whatever, if even if it's just conversation. And that's not a bad thing, but it you do use energy. And I make myself available. I have, done it. People have asked me, are you some kind of crazy dumbass? I got a sign at the top of the driveway, the Hermitage. If you need a place to stay or need some time, why have you put yourself out there? Well, it's because what I promised to do for my salvation, for my introduction as a shaman. Now, I did have a medicine man. I did go through a sweat lodge several times with this shaman. I did learn different methods for drums and sacred circles and that type of thing to help other people. So, but that was by choice. Other people don't do that, right? You don't go to a sweat lodge to learn to become a shaman. And I wasn't necessarily. I thought it was just for me. I didn't know how extended this shaman business was. So, and that's when Hawkeye Two Feathers was given to me officially. Although it wasn't chosen by the shaman, which a lot of times your spirit name or whatever is given at the time of your initiation, if you will. But I went into this knowing that there were so many things in my life um, that had pointed to Hawkeye Two Feathers, that it was basically, um, Creator has sent your spirit name down. Um, but you just haven't been blessed by the local priest, okay? And so by going through the sweat lodge and everything and the ceremony and a couple of other ceremonies after that as well to kind of like sink it in really good. And it was sort of a shared experience with the sweat lodges. Um, to be blessed and then to learn how to give blessings. You know, but anyway, so that at the start back those many years now, almost 10 years ago, and it's been quite a few years since I've had a good sweat. But you're not supposed to do them by yourself. And it's cool weather now, and if I could coerce somebody to come and hang out with me, I got to build a new one. But to build a fire and heat the rocks and to go and do the sweat, um, especially if you use sweet grass and sage. What you do is you put sage in the water, and while you're in the sweat lodge, you pour the water the uh, over the stones, over the rocks. It's like a sauna, okay? And but it's a really cramped, really small sauna. And the way that the sweat lodge is done, when the rocks heat up, the steam rises and goes up and over the curved surface, which is just inches above you. You have this steam that flows down your back and around you. It's totally different from just walking into a steam bath. And the sweet grass and the sage that's in this water that gets dumped on these hot rocks. So there's this smell of the sage, and then you also um, splash some of this sage water on you because it gets really freaking hot. You're in a steam bath, and so you don't want to dehydrate. So you use the sage water, and if you have sweet grass, in the water, then you splash it on you, and you toss a little on your head, and and then it's when the steam dies down a little bit, it's time for another cup dosed on the hot rocks, and then the steam rolls up and down your back and surrounds you. And so there is the smell of the sage on the rocks in the steam, and the whole experience of it. It's just really, really interesting. And you gotta be there to like really. I have been sitting here describing it to you, but to actually feel it, smell it, experience it. There's one small light. It's normally dark, and it's if you're into the sure enough sweat lodge part of it, it's very spiritual. You're having prayer. You can smoke a pipe and pass it with between the people, and you're pretty much naked because you need to be. And so there's no um, oh, look at me, I'm nude or whatever. No, you're in this for the experience and for the medicine that it gives you. And, it'll suck the badness right out of your pores. I mean, it will suck that steam and the heat and the prayer and the everything and the intensity of it. It's like the prayers that are done while you're heating the rocks, for example, which takes several hours. And you got to preheat the rocks, which means you got to cut firewood. And you got to get the rocks ready. You got to do all this preparation before you can ever get in the damn sweat lodge, right? And you got to make preparations with the water to make sure that you have enough water for the ceremony. You can use regular water, but to have sage water. So you might start a day or two ahead of time with putting sage in the water. So it'll really have that good, strong smell to it, and it'll really be even more beneficial. So the whole process of the sweat lodge is not just getting in a steam bath with a couple of people. You know what I mean? Do women do sweat lodge? It depends. I would greet a woman. A woman could do sweat lodge with me, no problem. I would welcome a woman to do a sweat lodge with me. But primarily back in the day, it was mostly the elder men. Not always. Younger men were brought into the sweat. Um, you've been with the chickens. Good night, Barry. But in certain circumstances, the women would have their own sweat lodges. And so traditionally, though, the men do their thing, the women do their thing, and think nothing wrong with that, you know. But recently, in the new age of things, starting in the 60s with hippie stuff and everything, there has been co-educational, men, women, at the same time. Now, for me, I don't see any reason why there should be a discrimination. If somebody's having a sweat lodge and it's two guys and one girl, or two girls and one guy, or just a mixed mosh of, then it should be done. But I absolutely see where women would want to get together and group together and have a sweat. I see guys wanting to get together and do a sweat. There is just that about the gender, because it's about guys getting together and it's about women getting together. But over the years, I've not heard of any inter, you know, sex ish, as far as sweat lodge goes, until the new age. Okay. Now that I don't know if back in the day that um, the stories are that women were, they had to sit outside while the men did their chatting kind of thing, and were always in a way very subservient, very respected, but the men sit over here and women sit over there. That's just the way it is. Us men sit over, you gals sit over there. And when you come into the teepee or when you do a thing, you all sit over there. That is custom for many years. And I've asked some of these women um, in my travels and discussions, do you really feel like that? And they say it's tradition. It's traditional for the woman to sit over here. And I don't want to break tradition. Whether or not I think it's the guys have the right to sit over there or not, to me as a woman, it's traditional for us to sit over here. It's traditional for the guys to sit over there. Well, shouldn't women be able to sit over there? That's not traditional. So one could greatly argue back and forth. Well, screw tradition. Let the women sit over there with the guys. Hang on. Now, if you're trying to be respectful to whatever it is there is, it's not about that the men have the power over the women, which makes it look like that because women got to sit over here, but it's traditional for the women, for whatever the frickin' reason, for them to sit in certain places or act a particular way. And is it subservient? You could look at it that way. Men are always the strongest and of this. But women do have a place and a purpose. But because they got to sit over here in the TP versus over there, does that make the guys better or whatever? But in asking about some of this stuff over the many years I've been asking, the answer I get back from the women is that it's they do it because it's traditional. And I've scratched my head and goes back in the day and I go, so what? But now after all these years, I can kind of sort of see their point. Why do you do that? It's traditional. Well, why would you do? Because it's traditional. Well, do I agree with the men sit over there and it's because it's a hierarchy and the women of subservience? Well, do you really want to go there? Or do you just want to look at it at basically that for hundreds, maybe even thousands of years, some of these things are just damn traditional. Without a hierarchy, without some other kind of, it's just the way they've done it. It's traditional. Can we leave it with that? Well, the women have to, but they do it because it's traditional. Like if you see jingle dancers, why do they put all these bells and stuff? And why are they designed this particular way? And why is a particular dance done a particular dance? It's the jingle dance. But why do they do it? Because it's traditional. Uh, duh, duh. So why do you conform to a certain thing? Because it's traditional. So men and women in a teepee and they're sitting and the hierarchy and who can go in or out or whatever. Um, I know Diane, I kind of went off on a tangent here, but it's the respect of the women. So, women were respected, but at the same time, tradition says that men go in and do this and women can go over here and do it because it's traditional, you know, not because, of white men come up with all these, philosophical things. Hey, Joe, how are you? I can see the the reason behind tradition, primarily because each sex have dignities that should not be muddled or crossed. Well, sometimes, um, that's a very good point, Joe. But it's more than just dignities. In some of the native traditions, traditions, that's hard to. If a man sees a naked woman or she's undressing or whatever, or they're sharing a teepee or the family's together and somebody sees a boobie or a something or a butt or whatever, that folks it just don't matter. Okay. It just doesn't matter. So what we would consider quote dignity, other folks are just like, yeah, okay, you've seen me naked, no big deal. It's just not the same thing as white folk. Not that they parade around in the nude, but if somebody sees them or something, it is just not the same. So being dignified, it yes, but not in the same way that white folk would look at it. Would it be dignified for, women to get naked and go in a sweat lodge with a man? Well, would it be dignified for a bunch of women to get naked and go into a sweat lodge themselves? I mean, you could ask the question as to what is dignified and what would be dignified in that question of a sweat lodge, for example. So, for it to be any good at all, you really got to be, if a woman wants to wear a top or a bra or a sports bra or something, okie dokie. But basically, you got to be naked. I mean, even having shorts on or whatever was like uncomfortable. to be as much naked as possible. And then after doing that, the best thing to do now, why it's good this time of year, for example, like tonight, it was 45, it's what, 43 degrees now in Megs. So you're in a sweat lodge and you're literally steaming. You have been in there now for whatever period of time, and you got to come out. You got to get a breath of fresh air. So to come out naked as a jaybird and stand next to the fire that's heating the rocks and keeping them warm, you're standing in 43-degree weather, and you come from this extreme heat and steam to 43 degrees outside. So the temperature change. So, it's for those, if you do it in the summertime, then you would dive into a cold stream or douse yourself with water, outside of it, to bring your temperature down right away. It's that get really hot, and then you're steaming out all of the nasties out of your body, and to come outside and just literally feeling it roll off your body. And it's 43 degrees outside, and I'm pouring water on my head and washing off the nasties that, come out of your body. It's just, and especially if you're doing ceremony and your intent and your prayers and all that kind of thing, to add it all together into a sweat lodge versus just going into a steam bath kind of thing. So, I look forward to doing it again with somebody. Anybody, any volunteers? I got plenty of stuff we can build one with. I still have the area down there that just needs to get, I need to dig it back, dig it and clean it out and get the grass out of it and put the form back on it kind of thing. So, it wouldn't take much. But to do the sweat lodge, you when you build it with prayers, so that you could build it with another person. We could put one together in a couple of hours, you know half a day maybe, with collecting stuff. And so that you if you started early in the morning, you could build the sweat lodge, start the fire to start heating your rocks, and by 8 o'clock at night you'd be ready for a sweat. You know, basically in 12 hours, you could start with the piece of dirt that I got, build the sweat lodge, cover it, get it ready, do it, heat the rock. If you've got the rocks and everything ready, kind of thing. So sweat lodges are not meant to last a long time. I'm having trouble describing what I'm seeing. What are you seeing? My closed parallel is, why am I not allowed to enter a ladies' restroom? Oh, you can. You just might get slapped. But nowadays, I'm seeing that there are more, you know, it's a bathroom and first come, first serve, you know. Uh, okay. It's not gender specific. Um, there are a lot of folks that are getting really ticked off about that, especially in Texas. I ain't saying that's the only place, but there are some folks in Texas, and don't mess with them folks from Texas, right? Everything bigger in Texas. There's an old joke about that, but shareable. I know I'm not supposed to be smoking. And I'm not smoking all day. I'm sitting here. What is it? If you're like me at 70 with prostate issues, the peeing thing is like there's a lot of grunting involved, a lot of straining, a lot of oh damn, oh, there's a lot of that. I don't know if women have the same issue, but oh damn. But anyway, um, but with the blessings, there are so many lessons. And just like walking down to the river to this afternoon, I bought a bag of deer corn because it's deer season, and also turkeys and other critters eat them too. But I went on a little walk to see where I could spread some deer corn. Now, I'm not much into killing and shooting and all that, but my dear neighbors are. And I'd just like to see them. They've several times they have been in the yard and walked up the hill, and but that's when the blueberries and things were going. And so my thought process was, let me walk down where they have walked up the field and see where I can put some corn down for them, right? And I don't have a gun to shoot them with. I do have a crossbow that could take a deer down. But I'm really not into that. But my dear neighbors are, and so Miss Sheila, she can come over, and I'll bait a spot for the deer to come, and she can come hunt them, which she's already, we've already discussed. So yeah, come over and sit a spell down here. I got some deer corn out. And they've shared deer meat with me, and they've been so nice and polite this last year and a half that we've known each other after being neighbors for 20 years. There are these little blessings that just show up at your doorstep, like the neighbors bringing a dozen eggs and wanting to see how you're doing. And thank you Jesus that I got so many neighbors with chickens, because I used to be the chicken guy and the egg person, and now I'm getting rebounds of folks, and thank you Jesus. I love these good fresh eggs, especially for free. But the fresh eggs, even if I had to pay for them, holy goodness, goodness gracious, nice big brown eggs where the yolks are they're not yellow, they're orange, and healthy and taste good, but so the benefits but walking down to the river today just to see where I could spread some deer corn to kind of help out with the critters, I'm seeing different wildflowers that only bloom in the fall. And because we haven't had any rain recently, my wet spots, most of them are dry. And so I was able to walk in places that normally I'm gushing and gooey and mud up to, up past my ankles and wet and wading in water, which I don't mind. But this gate was not, but because it's drier and not as wet, there are plants and things growing up. And then in walking around, I found two spots that is still holding water, much to my surprise, and scratching my head like, why is there still water here? Everything else is dry as a bone, but there's water in this spot, which normally has water in the wet season. It's sort of like a little pond, but not. And in part of Dave's Creek back yonder a ways, there's this hole where there's water in it. And the water is fairly clear. It's not nasty or scummed or whatever. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, this whole creek bed is dry because we not had any rain. But there's water in this one little hole. What's the deal here? So, and walking and, bitching about the dryness of the creek, I found these two holes that are still holding water for whatever reason. I mean, the river is way down, but it is still flowing, which surprised me. And, finding these places where there's water holding when there honestly shouldn't be any water there, is like, a surprise. You know, that's good news because, critters are, they're small areas, but the local critters can get, drinking water. The river is still flowing, thank you, Jesus. It's very low, but it is still running. Good news, all good news, for all the other bad things that one might see in the forest. And well, this isn't that, and the trees are down, and the tornado did so much damage, which has been my primary. I hate to go to the river because I see all these huge trees down. But in going down there now and seeing that there are different types of grasses growing, there are different wildflowers that are blooming in areas because all these old trees that were knocked down and sent this away and that, um, that is opened up the sky and opened up the ground, and now other things are taken over. So it is the nature of things. As much as I've hated to see those big trees be down and how much it's changed the texture of these areas down there, close to the river, and how much it's affected the streams and the flow. I gotta say that there's a lot of different things that surprise me. That, oh, look, there's a whole thicket of this stuff growing here now. And oh, look, there's this over here now, because even though the overhangs and the old trees, and it was beautiful with that, you know, old oak tree overhang look, there are new things growing and grasses and other stuff. And so, with the grasses and other stuff that grows, it brings in different critters and it feeds different things. And so, being the forester and the wildlife person that I have been for all these years, to witness the changes of the forest from tornadoes and floods and all these different things, and to watch the changes of nature. And nature's always got an answer. There's always something. If a tree comes down, something's going to take its place. It's going to be another tree, it's going to be grass, a bush might come up, something's going to take its place. Something else is going to be there. And to watch the transition of nature, especially in my own backyard, with these, we've between my neighbor on this side and my neighbor on this side, we've got 70 acres. That's almost 100. You know what I mean? And with collateral properties, there's 100 acres between us, and a little bit of this one over here and that one. But to my point is that most people don't have access to 100 acres. You know what I mean? And and it overlaps with other folks' properties. So even though I don't go across the river and go on their property, having the adjoining property that is woods and natural and so forth, I don't have to go over there because it adjoins us. The river is our common boundary, and the property line for our those of us with property along the river is the middle of the river. So you've got your bank and I've got mine. Rufus has spell checker not doing well recently. Odd question and maybe some strengthening prayers. An hour ago, I saw something terrible that almost made me pass out. What was that, Joe? Rufus has deer friends wouldn't talk to me. As in deer with antlers, deer? Oh, you should have seen Duggar doing his hopping and skipping and running through the woods today. Oh my goodness. And then he comes up to me and when we get to the house and he picks up his toy, like, come on, let's play. And like, you son bitch, you ran all over that woods and wouldn't stay close to me. Normally he'll come by, he'll swing by and stop and let me pet him. Oh, today he was literally running rings around me and swooped by. He wouldn't even stop for me to get a pet or sit and walk with me for a minute. Oh, no. So I ignored him with his toy this evening. I'm like, you wouldn't play with me in the woods and go walking, you know. But he actually went in the river. Oh my God. He went in the river up past his belly button kind of thing. I was so surprised. I almost fell over on the bank. I was like, what? Getting a drink of water, but he just walked right into the river. When I'm doing the kayak thing with him, he won't touch his feet in the water. He refuses. He has to step over. He won't get his feet wet to get on in the kayak with me. He's so or to get out of the kayak. He does not want to get his feet wet. But today, he was like right up into his belly, into the water. Didn't look twice. Wasn't freaked out about it. Just right in. And I was like, "You sucker." I was proud of that. Another surprise, little surprises in the universe. Duggar ran in the water when all the other times he seems to be chicken shit and scared of the water. So what blessings or surprises in the universe come to you? Well, you know, Duggar running in the water was hilarious and elated me after having dinner with strangers I'd never met who paid for my lunch. I mean, you know, where are the blessings? Where do you look at them? What do you see as a blessing? Yes or no? Now, this is just what I did for today and the little things that I saw and the blessings that I saw just with nature and my dog and with people that I met and and those things that I learned about you know not just my health conditions but in general, so I can relate this to other people and we can have conversations about medicines and pills and things and side effects and you know let's share the information to those folks who don't have any information and let's discuss these things. But the blessings were just that the whole day was, despite its whatevers, was delightful. Um, you know, and that I'm not necessarily I wasn't expecting anything today, um, because the appointment was so early and because my head is so squirrely and because I'm still an hour behind everybody else. I was really worried about making this appointment today. And I got there plenty of time, didn't have any traffic, remembered the old way of going into town and how to get there the back way or the easy way. Was there, I had 20 minutes early, which is like really odd for me to be that early. But that's how easy it was and how much I remembered. And it was good to be back down in Thomasville. And so the day was pleasant where a couple of days ago I was really worried, am I going to make it on time? Can I find this place? I've never been there before. These doctors places where you go in and around and it's very confusing and I made one wrong turn, circled around and found the right place. No sweat. So for whatever worry I had and how I was going to be presented and so Everything was clockwork. So any worry that I had, I got up this morning, I did my thing, I left on time, I put positive energy towards it, and somebody bought my lunch and as a reward. you know, can't ask for any better. So in your life, I hope that you find those little things that when you look at them at the end of the day, you go, gee, today wasn't so bad. Yeah, I had a little problem here, and this was a pain in the ass, and I couldn't find this, and I went to the store and they were out of that, and but so what, right? So, but in the long run, today was a good day. It would have been a good day regardless of whether I'd met these folks who bought me lunch. That just made it a better day and even more special to understand that if you have faith that there are just all kinds of surprises that can come your way and you know in unexpected ways. So be patient, have faith, and don't give up, for goodness sake. I know there are many of us that have had our trials and tribulations over our lifetimes, and some of, I mean, we still have trials and tribulations. And I've talked about my suicide attempts and my depressions and having, tried to live through all that gunk and get through it. And there are a lot of things that have happened with my heart attack and so forth that, in talking with other people, can be damn depressing. And that, oh my God, that, I'm going to die from this. And, my life is over. And, oh, I'm going to have to change everything and blah, blah, blah. And talking with the lady today, the stranger that I met on the street, she was a cardiac nurse. And when I said, well, I, just recently had a heart attack. And I explained in just a few words that, my cholesterol on my blood work was good. And I'm sitting here with having my aorta checked out and having seen the pictures myself that there's no, scum hanging around. There's no closures. There's, you know, um, considering that I've smoked for the last 50 years has caused my heart condition. That, I'm very lucky. And she was like, boy, howdy, you are lucky. But it's because I made changes in my life. So there are folks who, yes, I'm still smoking cigarettes and yeah, I'm still smoking my smoke, but I am trying to cut back even more. But if I hadn't started cutting back years back, my heart would be in worse shape. My kidneys would be in worse shape. I learned that hypertension and high blood pressure will cause your kidneys to go bad. They walk right up to him, will come within. Oh, UFOs. I thought you said Rufus. Did you say Rufus earlier? And I just am stoned? No, I gotta look. You said UFOs. Oh, you did say Rufus. Wouldn't talk to you if you. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I'm going to feed the deer, but my neighbor can come down if she wants to and hunt here. They're very respectful, and utilize the deer and so forth. And so, but and they'll share the meat with me. So, it's nice to have some deer sausage in the freezer or some deer hamburger or some a little, of the backstrap. I've got deer meat wrapped up that's probably 6 years old or older in my freezer, and I pulled some out about 2 weeks ago, and unwrapped it, thawed it out, put it, and made some of the best hamburger, deer meat burger thingy spaghetti sauce I've had in a long time. And folks, otherwise, they said, it's been in your freezer how long? About 5 years. What? And you're going to eat it? I did. There wasn't any freezer burn. I made my sauce with it. It was delicious. It's been in your freezer over 5 years? Yeah, probably more like about 7. What? Yeah, I know. I should have cleaned out my freezer, but and I found another pack sitting in the back, and I was like, well, I'm going to eat this one. And well, you're going to die. It's 7 years old. It's been in your freezer. Yeah, you can't. You should throw it away. Why? Well, I cooked it up. It was delicious. A little bit of freezer burn or not. Oh my goodness. And it was deer meat that somebody had given me a few years back. So it preserves well. It's been in the freezer, and it was free. God bless the folks that gave it to me, and it came in handy because it. I really wanted what I what I cooked, and it was delicious. Deer meat, yeah, okie doke, and local too. So, and at the moment, we have an overpopulation of deer, and because the amount of hunters that used to come down and rent property and hunt down here has decreased. There are a lot of hunting plantations down here. A lot of them for birds and turkey and stuff, but they also do deer as well. But my next door neighbor on this side, his property is such that he rented it out the last few years for hunters. And it's open and clear, and you can ride a four-wheeler, not like my place. And I was going to rent my place out a couple of years ago to help me pay my taxes. And, there's an old deer stand down there, and there are places that are open. And I have been, today was, I was walking in the woods because it was cool and nice and it's fall. But I also wanted to see if I could find any deer tracks, deer trails, any movement or anything like that, just because I'm interested. But at the same time, if somebody wanted to come hunt here, I could say, look, go down over here. There's been a lot of good track, and a lot of, that's what a good woodsman does or would do, as a tracker, as, I don't know, just keeping an eye on stuff, right? So it's very dry, but I did find a couple of places where the deer have been migrating across the property. And it's in an area that the deer have been migrating across the property for many years. They come through here. So, in checking it out, I was able to see that. But also, I found a spot where there are some new growths coming up in places that I had not seen before because it was always mucky and gooky, and I didn't want to walk through the water and have it being mostly dry in these places now with very little muck. I got to see some of their irises and other wildflowers and types of plants and trees and stuff coming up. So I was very lucky in that today and at the time of the year. And so, these are blessings to me that I'm able to see them, spot them, experience them, be in the woods and be with nature to see the different seasons and, to watch my property grow, to what, just the whole experience. So for me, the simplest thing can be the greatest blessing. So having the walk today and being able to make it to the river and back was a blessing. Seeing the things along the way was a blessing. Having lunch with these strangers today was a blessing. Having conversation, being here with you all is a blessing. I mean, um, so am I just being like, ooh, he's just full of blessings. What's wrong with him? Oh, he's gone. Hawkeye's gone over the edge. He's just, but um, if you use the universe instead of complaining all the time. If you understand that there are small things that add up to big feelings and understandings, and I feel so full of the Spirit today when I was very leery about going to the proctologist. They're going to look up your butt, man. They're going to give you this stuff that you're going to, shit your guts out, because you got to have your hole cleared before they go back up there to look at stuff, right? You got to, oh my God, to go through that. And for any of you that's had to go through that, where you got to take that medicine that cleans your guts out, oh Lord, have mercy. I am not looking forward to that. Okay. What about the proctology part itself? After you just went through this gut wrenching diarrhea to clean your gut out and evacuate anything that might be in there, sticking a tube up my rear end ain't nothing, you know. So we've all, for those of us who have had to go through the experience, that's the hard part. But anyway, and you got to not eat anything. And that's, to me, that's the uncomfortable part of the process. But anyway, it is what it is, right? Lord, I've had it done a couple of times, and I am not looking forward to that diarrhea clean out part. Let me tell you, Gonna be looking for some decent dinner after that one. Barium cleanse, yeah. Um, but also there's this citrus nitrate or something that comes in a bottle, and you drink this stuff. I mean, in an hour and a half's time, you'll be sitting on the commode, and it'll sound like a cubby of quail coming out your butt. If you've ever heard of a cubby of quail that flutters off. Anyway, it's very much. Oh lordy, I can't remember if the last one was. It's nitrate, citrus and nitrate, or nitrate, something like that. Anyway, uh, it used to come in like a green bottle that I remember way back in the day, and it was like a pint of this stuff. I don't know if they still. Um, Magnesium citrate or something is, and anyway, that stuff will evacuate you, and whoa, there is nothing, you just can't stop it. You just cannot. I don't know about the barium, but I'll find out. Whatever it was, they sent it to the pharmacist, and now I'm not going to have this done for another 2 weeks ish, November or something. um It'll be around election day. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh Lord, I hope I have enough bowel, whatever, to be able to go vote before or after. I gotta check the date, but it is around voting day. So, but anyway, I was just thinking it's going to be a shitty experience all the way around election day and voting, and never mind. Shame on me, but I've heard from good friends, old friends like here in the chat tonight was Miss Kathy, that I went through grade school with, and then through high school at Tampa Catholic. And she's been a good friend over the years and has taken care of a lot of things with Tampa Catholic and with alumni and all. And for her to pop in the chat tonight was a blessing that was unexpected, and very nice to hear from her. And she shared some information about a mutual friend of ours and a friend of the family that passed away the other day. And, it's sad but glad when somebody's very sick. It's please, your time's up. You've had a good life. You've had a good run, uh, but no more suffering. It's time to make the passage. And, have lost some very dear friends there these last couple of years. And family members, and you never know. I realized having this heart attack back in December that, is like, you know, it, it's closer than we think. you know, Sometimes it's a little too close. That, you know, checking your lights out and taking that dirt nap and staying there, not coming back to this life again. So, every moment should be precious. Every moment is precious. And, having a bad day, the kids are around, the car wouldn't start. I had to sit in traffic. I had to wait for a train. I was late for a meeting. I mean, these are things that happened in the past for me. And so, but I know that normal folks are going through this stuff. I can see the soccer moms, they're in their cars and they're tooting their horns and they're putting their kids in, and I'm thinking, God, golly, I'm glad I don't have to grow up. It was bad enough growing up with the kids when I had them and they were little, but to have these child seats and to have all these restraints and to have all this bullshit, because I grew up without car seats. My kids, I mean, little kids, yeah. But when you was 3 or 4 years old, you were sitting in the front seat, you know. And if we had, most of the time I insisted on having at least seat belts. But the car seats and the this thing and the that stuff, and it is like, holy Jesus. We, all of us baby boomers, survived some of the most harshest of stuff. And the fact that all these children I see getting, I have friends with children's in them, you know, 3, 5, and 6 years old, and they're still in child seats. They're still in these restraints and they're still in this stuff. And it takes up the car, and they can only go in one car because the three kids can't fit all of the restraints in any other vehicle. And it's just like, oh my God, can you not just put them on the seat with the seatbelt? I mean, we did it with our kids. We survived without seatbelts. um, Come on, seriously, you know, have we outpaced ourselves with certain things? And not that I want to see children harmed, but you take the children out of the restraints when you get to the bus stop, you put them on a bus that ain't got squat. They're sitting in benches that are just that, I went to school on a school bus. You can slide back and forth, and but the idea that, so personal car, you got to have these mandated restraints, and then you get on a public school transportation on a bench seat in a bus where you can bump your nose on the seat in front of you, and all kinds of happy shit can happen. And so the rules don't make sense. You hear me? I just say it, you know. But anyway, one of my little bitches going along here. But oh, it's been 2.5 hours I've been sitting here and having chat with you. Well, thank you for hanging out with me. Um, there's some political agendas that are coming up, and a lot of folks are just simply not voting Democrat. They're just not. I ran into some friends of mine um, last week, and they're all for Stacey Abrams. And I was like, whoops, you know, I'm not going to tell you all that I'm now a Republican and that some of my other Democrat friends are now Republican. And I'm not going to argue with you over this issue. I love you, but you have listened to the news too much. And I'm not even going to mention that I'm now pretty much a Republican. Now, I'll vote Democrat or independent if the person I see is correct. But, the fact that my political, Democrat, 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 whoops, not, whoops, I'm an independent, whoops, I'm a Republican. So I love my dear friends, and I wish them the best, but I think they're going to lose again. The there's too many other people from other states talking about Stacey Abrams and what is she good for? Whoa, oh God, good God, what is she good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. you know, Whoa, what? Stacey Abrams, what is she good for? Boom. Absolutely nothing. And what is her claim to fame? And what has she done? And and all this stuff. And it's like, she's a black woman from Atlanta who's running for governor. Okay. And, and, um, oh, she got cheated last election and she became national news because she wouldn't, oh, the Georgia elections were rigged. Well, we thought they was rigged because of other things too, the presidential election, for example, but she was pissed off because she didn't win. But, she's a black woman from Georgia who lives around Atlanta. And and that's where most of the votes came from for her. But somehow she deserved to be elected. And when she still believes it was rigged against her. No, honey, there was just a lot of us, including some black folk, who just did not want to see you be our governor. That's all there is to it, honey. That you're a Democrat too, but you ain't said nothing. You ain't got nothing to bring to the table. But I'm a black woman from Atlanta. Yeah, okay. And sorry, honey, you ain't got it, you know. And just because you're black and a woman does not qualify you to be governor. Sorry. And that's how she thought. And a lot of other folks from different states are talking about her. And I'm like, well, that's one thing within our own state to uh, we all get suckered eventually. Oh, we get suckered every day, Joe. I mean, our government's doing, suckery things all the time, and I'm not all akin to what, the current governor Kemp, who is the Republican, has done for the state. There's some shady dealings. Um, he made a bunch of money personally off of mask deals before COVID came out. Now, the state of Georgia was not near as bad as a lot of other states with mandates and things and stuff. Um, but, he and some other folks within the state made a chunk of change off of masks before they were mandated. So how did they know to invest stocks and money in masks, right? Before they were mandated. Somebody had inside information. Now he's a Republican with a Democratic president during this time. Or no, actually it was. But to my point though, there were some shady dealings with the Republican governor, but he's a much better deal than a black woman who that's her only claim to fame is that she's a black woman running for governor. So she's done this and she's helped with that, and but no real experience. So, but now here's to the same coin. I'm going to throw this in, which is a contradiction of like statements, maybe. Herschel Walker, running back for the, Georgia Bulldogs back when he was going to school. A lot of this and that, and he said this wasn't true. He possibly didn't even fully graduate from, University of Georgia at Athens. He was lacking a couple of points there, but he did go to school there, and he did do this. Well, there's the stuff out there where his wife claims that he put a gun to her head and called her a crazy bitch or something, and you shouldn't vote for this, black man who was just a football player. And and my thing is that the guy we that took over this Warnock, he has an agenda, whereas Herschel Walker hardly knows anything about politics, and he's admitted it. And so I, there are some folks that said we're going to send a dumb black man up to replace a black reverend man who thinks he's got Jesus on his side, you know, with a ex-football player who don't know shit about nothing, and we're going to send him up there as to be our senator. Well, which would I rather have? Somebody who don't know squat to go up there and give him 6 years to learn, you know. But there are powerful enough people who want to see him elected over the Democrat. And whether he's aware of something or not, but here's the thing, he would be less likely to be blindsided because he don't know anything. And they're going to be folks in him like, you're just a dumb black man. You're just an ex-football player. Who do you think you are? And you want to be senator? And that's who I'm going to vote for. Because I don't like the other guy, because the other guy's already proven, because he voted for all these Democratic things. He is for everything Democratic. He's, and it's like, oh, Lord, have mercy. You are dropped off the other edge. You have showed your true colors, which he's a full Democratic black man, politician, has been a senator for the last 2 years. So his short term is up, and we're going to vote another black man, ex football player, who doesn't know anything about politics, as a senator for 6 years. Are we dumb or what? Are we shooting ourselves in our foot? Or because he's a shakeup and isn't a politician, he's not stupid. Um, but the people who are backing him and who are helping him, who aren't going to just turn him loose, they're going to keep an eye on him, you know? And I'd rather have this greenhorn than somebody who's going into the job with agendas behind them. The Black Lives Matter, the this, the that, the whole, you can't be more liberal enough kind of attitude. Oh, please, we got to have at least middle ground. I'd rather have a, no offense, Herschel, but a stupid idiot in there to learn and be and uh, than somebody with an agenda who knows how to pull tricks and be slimy and do deals. And now let's get rid of that guy. So, anyway, it's going to be interesting coming up. But a lot of folks, a lot of emotions, a lot of chaos in this next month. I'm the only reason I brought up the election thing is because I'm gonna have a proctology about the time, right? Oh, that thinking about having your the shit cleaned out of your system. You're also gonna vote that day. Interesting. Or there's one way or the other. I'll have to look up the dates, but anyway. There are 11 folks watching and 11 likes. 11, 11. How about them ones? You know. Oh, and if we'd been watching college football the other day, I was so happy. Now, I'm a Southerner, okay? And I have known a couple of people that I went to school with that played football for the University of Tennessee and the Tennessee Vols. And so I've been a Tennessee fan, other than the Florida Gators and the Seminoles. And now I come to Georgia and I'm a Bulldogs fan because I'm in Georgia and I support the state. But I've always had some other college teams like, I was born in Ohio and had them Buckeyes, right? Which is interesting because the Buckeyes are like number 2 or 3. The Georgia Bulldogs, if they ain't number 1 by now, Tennessee was number 4, or number 7, or something like that in the ratings, and they played number 1 Alabama, which they hadn't won a game against Alabama in like forever, and they whooped them. They beat them, and I was elated, to watch that, to watch those footballers in Knoxville in the stadium rush the field to where the whole field, you couldn't see the field for people. I was elated for them. I still get a big grin having watched the football game, which was it was an astounding football game. Within the last 3 seconds, they beat them. Oh my God! And the fact that Tennessee had always been the underdog, had always been whooped, and there was like 49-52. I mean, a bunch of points, right? And but Tennessee won, and the fans went nuts. 100,000 people just went for it. It was great. It was great. There are great moments in history. I was so proud to have watched the game the other night and to have watched it. I could feel the electricity in the air of them 100,000 folks in Knoxville having finally whooped Alabama. Sad for Alabama. Okay, you're number 1. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But watching them, and Tennessee played a good game. I mean, they were tied at 49 apiece or something, I mean, that's 100 points in the game. I mean, come on now. So, but which is interesting for me. So, for my college teams this year, look where Ohio is, okay, the Buckeyes. I'm in Georgia, they won their last game like 52-0 or something. Uh, you know, uh, God knows I live just north of Tallahassee, and it's hard to support the Seminoles. And they shoot themselves in the foot all the time, but at least they're trying. You know, and of course Alabama, Georgia, and some of Auburn, and some of the rivals, the Southern rivals, and LSM and you know, you and but And of course, being Catholic, we have to always support, the Fighting Irish. But it was a pure joy to see that Tennessee Alabama game the other day. Just saying. If you didn't watch it, if you could watch a replay, if some oh watch it. It was great. It was just flipping great. Anyway, and to see the fans, the longtime fans, just all of that orange that was in the stand come down onto the field, and nobody would. They took down the goalpost. The goalposts were like headed out into the parking lot or something. It and nobody was getting arrested. And, I mean, what are you going to do with 100,000 people, that just came out of the stands onto the field? But what a celebration, anyway. So, with all the craziness that's going on in the world, there are those folks who talk about, so it was a football game. Yeah, but you don't get it. The rivalry, how many years in a row they lost, the thingy, the stuff, and okay, it's a football game. Yeah, but if you really understand and to see all those fans that have that same feeling that hit the field, you know, the true essence of what football is. If it was a high school game and it was, I know Tampa Catholic against Jesuit. I don't know if we ever won a game against Jesuit, the rival Catholic all boys school there in Tampa. I don't know if Tampa Catholic ever won a game against Jesuit. I know we played them, and there were a couple of times we got close. I'm not sure if we ever won, but every year we played them, and they always, ha ha ha, we're Jesuit, and you're lowly Tampa Catholic. We're gonna whoop your ass again like we did last year. Well, you know, for the many years that we played, we got better. Um, but so if you're not into any kind of sports or you're not into any kind of rivalries or you don't understand anything, and was it important? It was important to all them Tennessee fans. It was important to all them volunteer fans. It was important to all the alumni for the last however many years. I can't remember how many years it's been since they had won against Alabama. But the rivalry and how long the rivalry was, and what these rivalries mean, and so what does it mean in the long run? Well, it's just a football game. But man, that one the other day. So speaking about tradition, like with Native Americans and things, the traditions of the football teams, the traditions of the colleges, and some of these colleges have been around for over 100 years. So you know um, and the rivalries have been around for that long, especially down here in the south with some of these southern colleges. And so but to see the history of peoples, like the history of Alabama and the history of the people from Tennessee who always got their ass whooped playing football, to see that transition, to see Alabama, nanny nanny boo boo, you lost, I'm sorry, was just, but there was an elation there. I don't know. I think that the energy of the people from that game just rang out. I mean, I could feel the tingle from here in South Georgia. But where am I headed with this, and why am I keep repeating myself? It's because somehow, when something really good happens, at least for the folks in Tennessee, Alabama wasn't so happy, but you know, the fact that all that stored up energy from all the years of the rivalry exploded all at one time. And I think it reverberated, if you were paying any attention at all, it reverberated around the planet. There was 100,000 people plus people watching TV like myself. And I was cheering for Tennessee to win, and there were people in the audience who were making bets that Tennessee would this year beat Alabama. And so the whole process of it, but the energy, the thought process, the psychic energy of the game, the people wishing and betting on Tennessee, and the folks from Alabama were going, "Nah, we're number one. We got this," and they lost. So, but the whole explosion of the energy, I could, I could feel the tingle, and I was like, "Wow, now that's interesting." From a football game, and I'm, you know, several hundred miles away, from Knoxville down to here, could feel the energy of the football game and the win and the elation of the fans. Now I know I'm kind of psychic-ish and kind of tuned into certain things, and maybe other people weren't feeling it. But as I was feeling this elation, I was like, dude, this is other people have got to be feeling this. I mean, 100,000 fans, and it's good energy, and it's happy energy, and it's elation, and oh my God, it had to be good in the universe. I'm just saying. So, with all the wars in other countries and things and negative energies over a football game, all that elation that went into the universe, that was a good thing. That was such a good thing to see and to feel. And I'm not from Tennessee, although I have been to Tennessee a bunch. I really love the state. Like I said, I had folks that I knew that attended and played football for the Vols way back in the early 70s. So I had a certain affiliation for the Volunteers. But for the game the other night and the win, but to see the fans how they rushed the field and how the stands were cleared in 10 minutes, and they were all on the field. It was just an amazing sight. Good night, Joe. Thanks for stopping in, and blessings to you. And hope things go well in your area. And I know I'm just rambling on about the stuff, but it's the many blessings in the universe. And to have, for the Tennessee fans who went to the game expecting to win and so forth. But for me, just to sit and watch the game and listen, puttering around the house the other day, but to have felt the elation of the Tennessee fans is what got me, watching the game and participating, long distance. Uh, but I, I couldn't help but just feel glad for him. I just, whoa, dude. And the fact that I was sitting here watching the game, and the fact that I knew I could feel it, you know, from the shaman standpoint or from a human standpoint, you felt what the crowd felt at the same time while you were watching. You felt your heart jump. You felt your energy go up. You felt the tingling on the back of your neck and whatever that you felt it too. Oh, holy crap. So how many so it's a football game, it's a rivalry, it's tradition, da da da. But here's the thing. When things go right, like just this football game, those folks watching, wherever they watch the game, from whatever city, town, state, or maybe other country, there was this elation that burst forth, is my point. And I could feel the energy. It was literally palatable from long distance, 500 miles away from Knoxville, from here ish. So, what if good things happen? What are when the good things that we do have? Like a friend of mine had tickets to go see, uh, I guess it was in Atlanta, went to go see, oh man, Fleetwood Mac, what's her name? Woke up at 3:33. How about that, Isby? How you doing, brother? Come on, Michelle. Who's the girl singer from Fleetwood Mac? She's now in her 70s, and she took some video from her phone and showed it to me. I can hear her voice, but I can't think of her name. But anyway, she was rocking and rolling, at 74 ish. I think she is now. And it's like if you're young at heart, um, you know, you can rock and man, I had her name on the tip of my tongue and I can't remember. Um, but anyway, so, as Jethro Tull and Ian Anderson sang, um, you're never too old to rock and roll, but you're too young to die. So, um, the gifts from the universe are the joy that you can hear in a song. The gifts from the universe are a bird you can see that you haven't seen in a while, or the song of the universe. I was watching something the other day and they were discussing that. Did you know that if you believe in the Great Spirit, that all the atoms in the universe, whether you believe in God or the Great Spirit, but in the grand scheme of the Big Bang and the universe, that there are particles everywhere. They were talking about astronauts who've seen these little white things going while they were up in their capsules out in space, and that these are little dark matter things. And, um, that the earth is being bombarded by these unseen particles, and each one of us is, they're passing through our hands, and out in space it was just a lot easier, and they could actually see them. But here's the thing, that we are being bombarded. Here's the thing, that there are all these particles around us all the time, and that we are swimming in these unseen particles from the universe that are these particles that surround us are particles from the original Big Bang. And that these particles, if you believe in the Great Spirit, that these particles are around us and they've been there since the beginning of time. So we're swimming in ancient particles that is the universe, that is the spirit of the universe, that is the Great Spirit. And it's around us all the time. So it's what we make of it, and how we interpret it and how we accept it. And so there are people who go, well, I don't know about this God thing and blah, blah, blah. Well, but if you take God and put him on a throne, then he's in a particular place and is sort of stationary, right? But the Great Spirit, it's a spirit that's everywhere. It's not sitting on a throne someplace. So for me, and for those folks who believe in this more, I want to say inclusive, because if you can understand that, yes, we are being bombarded by all kinds of rays, go out and stand in the sun for 5 minutes. We're, there's your proof, you know, and that these sun rays, and it'll give us cancer, and we can get a suntan or a sunburn or deathly, skin melanoma or something. But anyway, but you don't see it, you know, you can feel it. But when you're outside in the sunlight, it's all around you, you know. So to say that, nah, Great Spirit does not exist. Really? Well, you just got a sunburn or suntan or, or whatever. You can get, you can feel the energy. You can feel it on your skin. You can feel it after a while when you start to burn, and you can feel it the next day when your body is literally giving off heat from your sunburn. Remember those days? I do. It hurts. And then when you peel and it itches, and, but anyway. So, but this idea that, yes, daytime, nighttime, cosmic rays are all around us all the time. We are breathing in cosmic energy. If we knew how to use the energy that we inhale, we wouldn't need to eat. Now, I gotta say, not having a good burger or a good something to eat, or, like for me, I just like having a bite of cottage cheese, or today, there was all this, good southern beans and and corn and potatoes and just yummy good stuff, macaroni and cheese, gotta have that, and you know fried okra, okra. But anyway, and there was yellow squash with onion, and anyway, it was all good. But the energy from each one of those vegetables, the energy from the people who cook the vegetables, that honest to God, good home down, I'm sorry, country cooking that I've been all around, traveling around, and the food is good, but man, oh, they had sweet potato pie. Oh my, I don't mean as in pie, but more like a souffle. OMG, it was delicious. Gotta go back. You know, now that I know that O'Neill's is there and they're open, and now that I gotta go to Thomasville for testing and some oh, I gotta go back, because we lost several restaurants that served good home down country meals, not just something dumped out of a can and warmed up. Good night, Joe. Yeah, they didn't have any fried green tomatoes, but that sweet potato souffle did not come out of a can. Okay, it was baked. It had something for a topping that was really crispy and crunchy, and it was just delicious. The whole thing was just like, oh man. And but nothing was too salty, and I mean, it was just good. And I went to a restaurant that's similar up in Albany when Michael was here back in the spring. And I took him up to the bus and we went up there to eat. It was okay. And it's supposedly down home cooking. it was okay, but even the down home cooking, it was this was like it was on the money good. All you could eat. And you know the missus that was there, she had two plates, and she looked at my plate and she looked at her two plates, and she goes, I'm embarrassed. She goes, I can't eat all this food. And she goes, here, take this piece of chicken home to your dog. And I was like, I used to be the same way. And in that I weighed 200 and almost 55 pounds. And I ate two plates of food, not just took two. And but I learned that I like lots of variation when I go to a smorgasbord type thing. So, and I've learned that just a little bit of each one of them, because I can go back, but let me taste them, and a small spoon of each one of them on these nice platters. I had a wonderful array of food, and this one was better than the other one, but they all tasted good. But if I hadn't gotten full from what was already on my plate, I'd have went back for some of this and some of the sweet taters, and some of that peach crunch they had at the end of the aisle there for dessert. But I was full. But anyway, but learning how to eat and without wasting things and without overeating and without making yourself stuffed. So over the years, I've learned how to do that, even though I don't go out to eat at smorgasbords much. But enjoy yourself and eat what you want, but be scrunchy about it. We love you too, brother. You still in Florida, Isby? How chilly is it down there? Right now, it's, oh my God, it got a degree warmer. It's 44 degrees here in South Georgia. I've been on here for 3 hours and 11 minutes. It's three. Oh my God, it's almost 4 o'clock. Seriously? It's 3:55 a.m. on 10/19 at 2022. It's good to see you all here this early in the morning and hanging out with me. And I seriously hope that you all um, can find the energies from the universe and believe. I was watching. It was an old series on, I think it was on Tubi. Tubi's become one of my favorite quote channels or whatever on Roku to tune into. They've got some interesting programs, and so you got to watch a couple of short commercials. Big deal, but it's for free. But they put some interesting things on. Anyway, this one was about UFOs and space and energies and the cosmos and the planets. And some of it was outdated information because it was made like in the late 90s or early 2000s and some of this stuff. So, in the last 20 years, there's been more information. There's been more telescopes. There's more discoveries. There's been asteroids. They've landed on a couple and crashed here and there and done stuff. So, but anyway, but the information about the cosmic dust and the radiation from the sun and the radiation from the center of the galaxy and the radiation from the big bang from the beginning of it all, and how they went back the a billion years or whatever the number is, and to show different parts of the universe, and me having had telescopes and looking deep. I went to school to be an astronomer, okay, back in 1971. Then I had a bad accident, and um, in early 72, it caused me to Uh, well, not be in school, and that idea got dropped off. But so I've been an amateur astronomer ever since. But to have looked with a telescope into the dark sky, into the deep sky, if you will, and when you see a galaxy for yourself through a telescope, and off in the north, there's around the North Star and up around in the Little Dipper, all these M34 and this one and that one. And when you look up at an Andromeda, the constellation of Andromeda, there are several. Um, now I may have the locations wrong, but there are these different things that you can spy, in the different M class, and when you look at them and you see them for yourself on a clear night, this galaxy, this disk, like a billion miles away, and it's a galaxy. It's not a planet, it's a galaxy. And then you zoom very deep into space and you look over here at this for yourself. It's just this pinhole of light. But when you zoom in there for yourself and look at it, and you go, oh my God, that's a galaxy. A gabillion miles away from my location. And, in this area of the sky, there are several of these galaxies that you can see for yourself. Oh my God. It's not that I have to rely on NASA. You can see these things for yourself. Now, the bigger the telescope, the greater whatever, the more clear you can see them. But for an amateur astronomer to be able to see them in the sky, period, for yourself. Now, I've got two telescopes at the moment. One's a sort of defunct, but any versus the other one that has a zoom on it. So you find that spot in the universe and you can see it and you go, oh my God, that's galaxy M34 or M31 or M29 or whatever, or C, there are different classifications and names for different things in the sky. So when you learn about these things, but you can see them sometimes with just a good pair of binoculars, you realize that the universe really is huge. And I'm not now. It takes the Hubble telescope to be able to see this galaxy clearly, and you can go look at the galaxy of these, M31 or this one or that one, or M34, whatever. And so you can see them up close and you can say, well, that's NASA, and this is what it looks like, and that's. But when you can see it for yourself, and even though it's just a point of light, you know what it is. You know that it's there for yourself, that it's proof. Go outside and look at the stars. Go outside. Pleiades is overhead. Right now, Orion's coming up. If you can't tell Orion in the sky and how bright those stars are, and that what's there, if you get out a telescope or a pair of binoculars and go look for yourself, it's proof that these things do exist in the universe, unless you're a flat earther. And then I don't know what you believe is overhead. It's a painted ceiling, I guess. But um, when you realize that the universe is all around us, when you realize that all these cosmic energies that are surrounding all the other planets that are traveling through the universe, that sometimes you can see some of these things like dust particles, coming off of the sun, and we're moving through so understand that we are a part of all of this. The molecules and atoms that we are composed of came from the Big Bang. We are all part of the cosmic energy. We are because we are made of atoms and protons and photons and neurons and we're it makes us quote look human. All of the things that comprise us as human beings are all particles in the universe. So understand it. Just it's not hard to believe it. Just know that we are. So in watching this program about planets and the universe, about how it reestablished for me, not that I needed to be reestablished, but that yes, we are, star children. We are stardust. We are golden. We are billion-year-old carbon. And yes, to finish off the lyric, we've got to get back to the garden. You know, by the time we got to Woodstock, we were 500 million strong. But anyway, so the elation I felt from the football game the other day means that as a collective, there is energy that can be shared, whether it's a football game or whatever. Um, Stevie Nicks, I remembered her name from Fleetwood Mac. That's the person my friends went to go see their concert. Stevie Nicks at 74, rocking it on stage. And it's like, you go, girl. For whatever history or for whatever, she's rocking it on stage. And this was just like recently they went to this concert. I like I said, I think Atlanta. But the energy that she put out during her concert at the age of 74, I wished I could do that. So I see some of these old people still rocking and getting it and putting out energy, and I go, I just turned 70. This ain't the end of the road. Not by a long shot. There are still things to do. I just got to do them differently, or figure out how to get around certain restraints or whatever. But I know I've known old dogs, and they can learn new tricks. And so I'm an old dog that's gonna probably learn a few new tricks to may be able to, keep rocking. Um, I just keep thinking of the Jethro Tull song, "Too Old to Rock and Roll, but Too Young to Die." You know, and the old rock and roller, dum da 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 dum da dum da da dum. You know, and you're too old to rock and roll, oh, but you're too young to die. Hi, hi. But you're too old to rock and roll, oh. Nah, never too old to rock and roll. And there are many times when looking around and talking with folks here, going to the doctor and hospitals and just being around some of this stuff, I see other old people and I go, man, I'm sink. But what time is it now? It's 4:07. Okay, sink. Um, I don't know if I can hang around for the 20. It's another 10 minutes ish. I think I'm going to do a 4:20 earlier because I'm tired now. It's been 3.5, 4.5, 5.5 hours that I've been doing live stream tonight. So, but I wanted to hang out. I wanted to hang out early or late or whatever and say hi to y'all that have a tendency to be night owls and from different parts of the country and different parts of the world. And I honestly think about y'all and send prayers out. It's interesting, like there are times when I just think of everybody in the chat and for all the folks that I have interacted with, and I just send out a blast of good, positive, whatever it is. Here's a good thought. Take it as you need it. You know, nothing specific. Just here's a good thought. Boom. Share it with the community. And which is interesting because I there it's still like a Rolodex card file that flips through my brain of like watching people in the chat, and their names y'all just go by really quick. And so in my mind's eye, everybody that's quote in the chat goes by really quick. So everybody gets the same prayer, and it's like, brrr, and all them folks here, and here's the prayer, and y'all get it. It's been an interesting experience from the person who's trying to learn how to be, golly, how do I phrase this? In the zone, in the meditation, in the prayer mode, like the monks in the Himalayas, and like I said, the Catholic priests and monks that I've met before, and folks who dedicate their lives to prayer. And like that's what you do all day is you pray. Well, how can you do this all day? I mean, that's bullshit. No, I really get it now. So in coming future, I hope to just learn how to do it better. And I hope that other people, regardless of whether or not if they want to be shamans, that they can understand that it's effortless. It doesn't take any extra anything when you get used to it, which is what I'm still learning. And walking down on the river today and seeing the water go by, and I'm thinking to all of my friends, I wish you could see this peaceful moment with the leaves dropping and the water's low, but it's flowing, it's clean, it's this, there's this energy and this vibration. And God, I wished I could share it with y'all. You know, I didn't take a camera. I just ended up walking through the woods, so many things are unplanned. But at the same time, I was trying to share it through my eyes and the thing, and y'all was just, everybody was like, man, I just wished I could share that with all y'all. So here's this mental picture. I don't have my camera, but I'm taking this internal picture, and Duggar just jumped in the water. Hallelujah. And I mean, and I wish y'all could see it and experience it and send it out to y'all. Now, whether you got it, whether you got a picture of the river, whether you got any good energy for me, or you felt this wave of coming, whether you thought it was for me or that it just came from the universe, I sent it out. And I do this regularly with things, whether y'all actually get them or not, or actually feel them, or know that it's from me. That ain't the intent, is for y'all. Ooh, Hawkeye sent me a feeling and I got it. Or, yeah, some of you are like that, and it's me, and vice versa. But in general, the prayers and the honor and respect that, there's a lot tied in with sending that prayer out, because I do respect y'all. I do appreciate your being here. I do appreciate our friendships and our long distance. I do, so that's respect. For me, it's a high respect that I have for all of you and your participation and your friendship over the years. And so to send a prayer out to y'all is all of this stuff that's already combined. It's my respect for you. It's all of the above, right? So, and today was really special. And I was standing down there on the sandbar and I was going, I was just shooting the juice. I had, lunch with strangers. And I mean, the whole thing was just a big smile. So I'm standing on the river, literally down on the sandbar with my feet touching the water, you know, down in the river because the water's so low. But it was so beautiful at, about 4:30 this afternoon. The sun was down, the light was right, glistening off of the water. And I'm just like, man, let me send this to the group, you know. And I send it just, God, I wish I could just share this. So the energy, the whole experience, the light, the this, the that, and not necessarily having anything to do with me. Okay, let me make that perfectly clear. My wishing to share the experience is because the experience is so grateful to me, for me, with me. I'm so grateful to feel the energy of nature. I'm so grateful to be able to experience it and to smell the water and the air and the Christmas, the whole deal with being down there on the river. Now, I know I'm always talking about my river. Well, if I could get to somebody else's, I would, and I have. And there are other places on other rivers, and that experience I would like, I have shared with you. I still have video I need to put up. But the experience today was just off the cuff, but it was such that I was like, I just wish everybody could feel this really good. Tomorrow would feel different, and the temperature would be different. The light would be different. But for for me to experience myself, I was just like, God, I wish y'all could be here. I wish you could feel this energy. I wish this energy, and if you're having a bad day, would wash over you and help you to have a better day. And I'm having these thoughts, and then afterwards, I'm thinking to myself, well, I was consciously sending out prayer and wishes, and that you could see it and experience, right? But unconsciously, walking back to the house, I was like, the prayer continued because I wasn't on the river anymore. I was on the creek, and I was going through a different part of the woods, and it felt different. I was like, wow, you know, if you was all down the river with me, then y'all could experience, where I was under the big oak trees that didn't get tore down, that, are at least, I've been on the property for 40 years. These trees are at least 100 or more years old. And so to be under and around these 100-year-old trees and to be in the experience of it, and, um, and it just ain't on my property, it's other places, but I have the good fortune to be able to walk in the backyard and feel these different areas that have different energies. There's a different feel when you're on the river. There's a different feel when you're under those big oak trees. There's a different feel when you're under the pines and out in the open in another area. But the whole experience of that in my prayer as a hermit and as a shaman in training I wish to share this energy with y'all. Now, whether you get it, see it, experience it, or whatever, I'm still going to send it to you because it's good energy into the universe. And because I may not have met you personally, I have spoken to you, I have chatted with you, we have shared stuff over the years, and I just wish that my personal experiences, whether as a shaman or a prayer person or whatever, I just wish y'all could see it and feel it for yourself. And that maybe it would enlighten your day or give you a deep breath or give you energy that maybe you're not getting or just whatever. So I see my job as a shaman in the, I'm been looking at what does my future hold? What am I going to be doing in the future? And as my shaman in training goes, I'm going to be sharing whatever adventures I have. Walking to the river today was a mini adventure. I'm going to share the good energy. I'm going to, whether y'all feel it or not, I'm going to have conversation. I should upload this video that's still sitting in my camera. And why? I don't know. I just want to share the experience and the energy that is all around us. Okay, it's on this river. Okay, it's down in this swamp. Okay, this is in my backyard. But this is the energy of nature. It is the energy of the creator. It is the energy of the great spirit and all these things that are all around us all the time, as was reminded by that, you know, show on the cosmos, that all of these particles that are around us are from the Big Bang. They're billions of year old atoms and stuff that we are made of and that we're swimming in. And is it oh my God, it really is. Okay, I wasn't going to make it, but I yapped for 10 more minutes, 12 more minutes, and it's 4:20. So an official happy 4:20. Fire in the hole it is. I'm having a I'm having a blueberry muffin. I have to be careful. But so, my dear friends, in having hung out with y'all in whatever place that you live in your surroundings, I hope that you can find the peace and solitude, if it's but for a brief moment in time. And I know when talking with my friends, they're like, we still live in the city and we got to put up with the noise and the sirens. And they all look at me and say, you made some pretty good choices. You got that property out there in the country. It's still country. Your neighbors are decent. And, you've made some pretty good decisions. We bought our house here in town and, everything's convenient and we were working all the time. But now that I'm retired, the neighborhood is noisy and the cops and the this and the that. And, and they can't get out in nature. And they've got a little garden in the backyard that is their nature hole. And I, I pity these poor folk. That's why I've got a sign on the thing up there that says the Hermitage. If you need to be outside some more and, your little pitiful backyard garden crunched in with all the neighbors and apartments and, all the noise and everything, city life. Now, it's not as bad as a lot of other places. It's a small town. But the fact is that because they're home all the time and not working, and because they used to be more isolated, and because they're busy working or doing something or volunteering, you don't notice the noises. But when you're home and it's you and just the house and the neighborhood, it gets boring for them retired folks that I know in town. And even my two strangers who bought me lunch today discussed the same thing, that they had sold property that was down around Beachton, which is almost at the Florida line, and they moved into town. And the gentleman told me, he said, but in our backyard, just behind our property, is a little spot of woods, and it's a little piece of country, and and the wife was like, it's not even close to what we had when we lived down south of town, when we lived out in the county. It's nowhere near it. And he was like, well, but it's a little piece of woods. And I could understand what he meant. It's not, he's not surrounded by acres of forest, but here's this little lot behind his house that's got trees on it and bushes, and it is natural in and of itself in its little microcosm. And it reminds him of being on the farm that they sold to move into town because they couldn't take care of it, and the being in town is more convenient and so forth. But he could still sense in this little plot of trees that his wife was like, it's just a lot full of trees, so it's not really a forest. But I could see it in his eyes. I could feel it. I looked at him and I said, I know what you mean. And she was like, but it's just, and I said, I know. But I looked at him and I could feel, because my niece up in Decatur, her backyard, there's a little piece of woods in her backyard. And she's got privacy fence, and she's living like, in a big neighborhood there, almost in town, from in Decatur, like a half a mile from town or something. But she's got this little bit of woods in her backyard, and then the adjacent property's got a little bit of woods, and so there's that. It's her little bit of nature, even though she's living in the city and around Atlanta and up in there. So I get it. So we can, a small plot of land, if you're using that plot of land to expand on a forest, or like for them, I don't know how many acres they had, but obviously they had a tractor and whatever, so they had a couple of acres. But for the idea that, so you don't have to have a whole forest, you don't have to have 100 acres, um, even though now, after all these years, Paul from Newcastle, hi, how are you? But after all these years, having the neighbor on this side of me, who was always gruff and rough and has calmed down, because we're all the same age, and we've all been here after all these years, and everybody's just mellowed out. So this one's related to this one, and the people across the street over there, they're all related. And this person knows this one. And I met one of the girls who grew up in the neighborhood. I was the old hippie that lived down the lane, and now I'm the old hermit that lives down the lane. And they don't fear me anymore, because now that some of them have met me, the nurse in the hospital met me, and she spread word around, and the neighbors over here. So now I used to be this nobody, who's that weird guy. And now, although they've not all met me, they all know me differently now because other people have met me. So, but what's that got to do with it? Now, instead of having my little 18 acres here, which I'm very proud of, I now have access to 100 acres plus to just roam around in, hunt if I want to, but just roam around on it, just to go explore it, just to go see it, just to go experience some of these really cool spots down in the woods that nobody ever sees. These little islands, these huge oak trees that are, 2 centuries old, the willow trees, the magnolia trees, the atmospheres and the river running around them and almost making an island with this big tree on it all by itself and the presence of it and you just go, oh my God, that is so cool. And there are places like that in our backyard down here. And but it's all up and down the river. It's not just in my backyard I want to. But my point is that around every turn there's a different view, there's a different feeling, there's a different energy. And in nature, there there's this little creek that runs behind my friend's house down in Thomasville. But in that little creek are minnows. And in that little creek that runs through towns, it's in their backyard. There are frogs and there are things that come with the creek. It does get high when it rains a lot and it can flood. And they were bitching about mosquitoes, which like there were like two. And I was like, dude, quit complaining. That's nothing. Oh, well, I had a mosquito bite me earlier. Okay. I stand at the back door with a can of my own homemade spray, and I knock them down out of the air because there's so many of them, and then I step on them and kill them. Um, and they were complaining about getting bit by a mosquito, and I was just like, "Y'all got it rough here, don't you?" Oh yeah, I sat out here the other night and got 2 mosquito bites. And I was like, okay, you know, please don't come to my house then, because there's going to be 20 mosquitoes around you. You know, there's ways that I can take care of them and we can do this. But if you're worried about 1 or 2 mosquito bites, I'm sorry, what a tough, rough life you have. You know, I'm sorry. I just, I almost laughed. I had to kind of stifle, you know, Edith, stifle, you know, 2 mosquito bites. Oh my God, you're just being overrun. The world has come crashing down around you. Just finished night shift, still doing 6 nights a week. Oh man, that sucks. Have worked those shifts myself in the past, Paul. That's why I still have this second, third shift kind of mentality. It's hard to get out of this after all these years, living on Carnival and working till 12, 1 o'clock every night, with the rides and the gang, whatever. And then being up 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, just because you've been wound up and you get done with, working on the show and, you go play poker in the back of a joint or somebody, when I back when we was traveling on the Carnival, the best place to go was the merry-go-round, if the merry-go-round was up, because you could put a sidewall up around this big circular thing, and we'd party in there on the merry-go-round and play cards. We'd play music, not too loud, but we could play music. and depended on where the merry-go-round sat on Midway. But man, the card games and getting drunk and getting high, on the merry-go-round back in the day. Ah, what fond memories, you know. But anyway, yeah. So uh, I remember I worked at a factory where they made glasses, and third shift was a cleanup crew. So there was a lot of rouge and which is like clay in the machines, and they all needed cleaned. And we had third shift to do it. So they made glasses, lenses, ground them um, on first and second shift. So third shift was to clean the machines and get them ready for the next two shifts. And it was every day you had to clean this shit up versus being an operator on the machines, right? So it got though that some of us who were smart enough um, learned how to clean the machines without bitching all the time. Oh my God, this one's clogged up and this one's this and that. Well, there were those naysayers that you put over there. Y'all worked on the same shift, but so many people got, well, you got these four machines to do, or you've got these two, or whatever. You were divvied up different machines within the plant. But I remember all those years ago that if you give me these four machines every single day to clean, after about 2 weeks, the machines never really do get clogged. And so we started our shifts at 11. And instead of having to work until 7, I mean, like work until 7, we were pretty much done by 4. So we had 2, 3 hours that we could just kind of bum around and we extra cleaned. We might go over and help somebody else clean their machines. But it got to the point where we got so good at our jobs and our specific jobs. You've got these four machines to clean, and you've got 3 hours on each one, 3, 6, 9, well, 2 hours on each one. And sometimes it was, clogged up with clay. You had to clean this out, and it was a pain and dirty and messy and nasty, but they paid well. And you were your own boss. As long as you got your four machines cleaned, nobody jumped on you, nobody cared. Now you couldn't be sitting around lollygagging in the break room. But if you got done early, you could go lollygag around in the break room. They didn't make you go clean another machine someplace simply because you got done early and you were good at your job. So you got your quota in. So it was interesting at why I thought about this at this time, but it was about this time in the morning, about 4:30 that we'd get done. And other guys would be, man, come on and help me with my machine. It's like, screw you, buddy. No offense, but you've been over there dragging your feet and bitching about how it's so hard to clean your machine. We're done. We cleaned our four machines. Yeah, but blah, blah, blah. And they'd always try to come up with some excuses to why you were able to clean your machine earlier or faster or something. And we realized if we really cleaned the machines, where some of these guys would clean them, but there'd still be a little over here and there'd be crust over there and they would work. But at the same time, those of us and me, I was like, nah, my machine's going to be clean, clean. The corners, I'm going to get all the crap out of the corners and I'm going to do this. And we found out that by going and being really nitpicky with how we cleaned the machines, not just almost clean them good. No, we cleaned them really good. The clay didn't stick, the rouge didn't stick in certain areas. And the next day was actually easier to clean the same machines with the same product with the same stuff. They actually didn't build up as much. So by going that extra mile, and I think sometimes it was like we'd sing, and in our department we'd come up with songs and we'd be joking and and messing around. We'd all be working. But I think it was good energy that we put into the machines as we cleaned them. Where these other folks, you know, 2 miles over, were just bitching and cussing, and their machines were so hard. And I think sometimes the machines just made it hard on them. Why I thought about this, I guess it's just energy in the universe. And, if you put out good stuff and put out good vibes, that even the machines appreciated it. And having, a free lunch today with folks I've never met. That's just some good energy just floating around in the universe. I just got to say. And, I do have faith in mankind. I have seen a change in people over the last few years. And where people 2 years ago were afraid to have lunch with strangers, or to even go in a restaurant like this and with all the other people and so forth, and nobody had a mask on, or nobody was worried, and everybody was eating and in good moods, and people talking, and just the general rule of lunchtime in this restaurant today was a good one. It was a happy one. People were smiling, and they're and it was just like, it's a good feeling to see that people are being normal again. And I think after 2 years of being under this threat and stigma and everything, because I don't go out in public much until recently, but to see the relief with even in the doctor's offices, I had a piece of paper when I went to the office today. You must have your own mask, and if you don't have one will be provided. Well, when I went to the kidney doctor, they gave me a mask. When I went to this doctor, I had a mask, and they were like, eh. And the nurse practitioner didn't have one. The lab people didn't have none. So I took my mask off. So even though it says on your paper, you must wear a mask to our office, nobody was really doing it, you know. Although the kidney doctor, they were being strict about it, but they were wearing the mask under their nose. And okay, it was a rule, but they were kind of breaking it. And one nurse had hers off to the side while she was taking my blood. But to the point, nobody was bitching, nobody was complaining, nobody was screaming or hollering, and there didn't seem to be this threat. So things seem normal again. And after 2 years, it's a new normal because we went through 2 years of crap. And it's just a joy to see people smiling in public again. Now, I can remember before COVID where I've been to some of these restaurants, and there'd be some moody people sitting over in the corner, and there'd be people over here. They were arguing with their kids. And there was a general, yeah, but today in the restaurant, it was just a good feeling. Maybe it was just the time of day and the folks, but it was pleasant to be there versus, it's a crowd, it's lunchtime, it's really busy, blah, blah, blah. There's people all around, and no, it was pleasant. It was a strange feeling. Plus, they bought my lunch, So the whole experience, but faith in people, I've never lost it. I was kind of wondering how we would get it back. And personally, I think that because we went for 2 years under such stress, and that people are getting back to normal, the new normal is different because of our experience. People in the restaurant today, whether they were too tables away. If they were looking my way or looking around and our eyes met, you'd smile and kind of give them a nod and they'd smile back. You don't know these people, but in the people that were in the restaurant, the tables around us, it was this general consensus. Even though people didn't know each other, we were all pleasant to one another. Like, "Hi, how you doing? Yeah, how's your lunch? Okay," and it was pleasant. Is it just the South? You know, but it was it just a quote a special day. But I've been noticing this attitude difference in all the places um, and the stores that I've been in different stores, different places, different here, a restaurant there, and um, it something's changed, and I honestly think it's for the good. I honestly do. How long it's going to last, don't know. But there's a better attitude with people, and I think it is because we went through 2 years of the 19 stuff, and folks are relieved. I talked with a couple of people. Oh, but it's really bad, and we could still get it. And I was like, yeah, okay. And the people who got COVID, the ones who got sick from it, and it's like, look, a lot of people get the flu. A lot of people get sick whether they get vaccinated or not. And I was talking about me and the fact that I'm allergic to the vaccines. And they were like, well, you're lucky. And I was like, yeah, but, if you stay healthy, and take your vitamins and do these certain things like vitamin D, and they were recommending these different vitamins and that you might not even get it. Oh, but the folks who did get it, yeah, well, I'm sorry they got sick. I really and truly am. But every year they were blaming the COVID for people getting sick. And I'm like, but every year people get sick from the flu. Yeah, but the COVID, what? Was any better or worse? Oh, but the people who got it were sick. Yeah, and I got sick from the flu 10 years ago. Damn near killed me. Had nothing to do with COVID. And I had a vaccine to boot. So wait a minute, you get people get sick from the flu, period. But they seem to put COVID as being worser than any other year that ever anybody ever got the flu, that it ever got sick, that these last 2 years was the worst. And I think it's because it was sold. Oh, COVID is the worst. You're going to die. The COVID, is the worst. And so, even though, 8, 10 years ago, there was a strain, remember the bird flu or something that went through in the early 2000s? Oh, we got sick several times from it. We kept giving the damn flu to each other, working at Prestolite. You'd get well for about 2 weeks, and somebody on the other side of the office, literally, would get come down with it, and you'd get it back again, and it was horrible. Sick all the time, fever, throwing up, nasty, and it wasn't COVID, but it was the flu. And lots of folks were ill and sick and out for days and with fever. Oh, it was miserable. But no, these last 2 years with the COVID was the worst. But what about back in, that don't count. I don't know. I was really sick for like months. I don't mean like just for a couple of days. I mean months we kept getting sick and over and back and folks forget about them days. You know what I mean? No, the COVID these last 2 years. Oh my God. And the people who got sick. Okay, I'm sorry, but the numbers weren't any higher this year than previous years of the flu, especially in season. So y'all just calm down. But They're convinced, and these are good friends of mine, and I just couldn't talk about it. And I was like, well, I started in, and I was like, well, don't you remember back in, blah, blah, blah. Oh, this was worse. Really? Oh, and that was worse. These last two, oh, okay, you're convinced. But you have listened to the regular news. You don't do much snooping on the internet like I do. And because I snoop on the internet, then everybody, in my point of view, is conspiracy theory still. And so they know I'm off in left field and weird and all, but okie dokie, I haven't had the flu in years because I quit taking the vaccinations. And I've been around sick people. I've been in and out of places where other folks had it and so forth. And knock on wood, I did not get sick. But you take your chances. But the fact that these last 2 years were like the worst, I absolutely disagree. you know. And when you look at the true numbers, it really wasn't as bad as folks thought compared to previous years of flu seasons and the amount of work lost and all that kind of stuff. So, anyway, but the fact that we are coming out of that pressure and that we're whatever normal is, it's a new normal, it's a different normal. The normal is a relief. And man, it's good to be back out on the streets again. It's good to go shopping downtown again. It's good to go to the theater again. It's good to be able to go to my favorite eating joint and have lunch and not worry about having to wear a mask while you're trying to eat and or it's limited seating or you gotta, or whatever. So America is back in a lot of ways. And it's very subtle, but it's there. And I'm proud that it's there. Now I'm, down here in South Georgia and I haven't traveled around much, but, a year and a half ago when my sister and I went to Ohio, we were seeing these changes where we visited. So I'm assuming that if the relief is happening here, when people are feeling less oppressed because of the COVID thing and so forth, that this sigh of relief is happening across the United States. Now, yeah, there's a war in Ukraine, and yeah, there's all this other stuff. But I think people on the ground, there is a general sigh of relief. And that, yeah, this is going on, and yeah, but we ain't wearing masks. And we're not under some kind of threat. We're not under a quarantine. I mean, it's different. And because we're not, there is a sigh of relief. And I'm going to go back to the Tennessee and Alabama game. There was 100,000 people there ish. And the fact that they were rubbing elbows. And 2 years ago, they couldn't have a football game. Without, they couldn't have people in the stands. They had cardboard people in the stands, to represent, and now there are 100,000 people and they all, they won the game and they went all down onto the field and there was no fighting and there was no, you know, rioting and 100,000 people. I mean, really, and there were very minor incidents with that many people crowded together, right? All for the same thing, all for a good feeling, and all for okay, it's a football game. But it could have been worse. It could have been for some pathetic reason that, they all got together or, you know, they were all praying to the football god that they would beat Alabama, and they did. So anybody who had any money on that game that voted on Tennessee, y'all won. Voted on for Tennessee. Yeah, I got that right. But again, it's the elation that's felt. It's the camaraderie between people. It's the energy that we can send out into the universe. So I just got to say, believe, 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 believe. You can make a difference. We do make a difference. We as a society, in our own little crippled way of thinking, is coming back around. People are beginning to feel human again, and they're acting human again. 100,000 people at a football game 2 years ago, there were cardboard figures. There is a general relief and release of energy, people feeling like people again. And no matter what the other folks want to say that America is doomed, we're all going to go back to the Stone Age. Um, the food shortages, we're all going to die. The nuclear war that's coming, Putin and the Russians, and come on, let's go play football. You know, let's go do what they did at the game the other night or the other day. Sorry that Alabama lost, but between two teams, you just can't tie. One's got to win. So, but the fact that the energy that's put forth from the people in the stands, and all of that goes into a football game, right? I'm using this football game because there was a soccer game on that was on television. It was playoffs, and there was just as much energy at the soccer game. So it ain't just football, it ain't just soccer, it's lacrosse, it's anything that people can get involved with. And they participate vicariously in the stands. For me, I got my leg broken playing football in high school, right? But I still love football. I can still feel I love to play linebacker. I love to play linebacker. Um, I also like being a pulling guard too, but I love playing linebacker more. And I watch these games, and so I live the football game vicariously, by remembering my football days, and and I never intended to be an NFL player, but I still played football in high school, and I still remember and the feeling, having the pads and doing the hits and feeling the crunches of the helmets, and the whole 9 yards. So watching college ball, the NFL's like okay, but I'm actually really like the college rivalries more so than NFL these days. And there have been some good games, let me tell you, man. But and I'm disappointed that I've only seen one Georgia game this season. It's almost like they're too good to put on TV. You end up watching the score at the end of the college scoreboards. Well, where did Georgia play? Well, they won again. Well, but who, man, but we're watching Baylor and somebody else, and it's on national television on two separate channels, but can't watch the Georgia game. Anyway, I'm prejudiced. Um, but it's the energy of the people and the fact that I'm using football because it's season. But folks are gearing up for basketball too. I'm not a basketball fan, never been. But those folks who are, so folks are going to go to basketball games again. Hockey. People are going to go to hockey games again, right? I've learned to be more of a hockey fan over the years. I understand the game better, etc. But um, what are these games and why do we participate and what is the energy? Well, it's sort of like mini wars. This kingdom against, the Georgia Bulldogs against the Auburn Tigers. But, but the idea that this rivalry for 100 years between these two colleges of playing this silly sport, right? But this rivalry is, has been, whatever, and the energy and the money spent and the people and probably, fights and injuries, playing in the games and whatever. But um we could, it's one kingdom, having a fight with the other and sending out their best warriors. And it's evolved in, in kicking this football and passing it and having these two teams with armor on and helmets battle it out to see who's the best. So if we were in medieval England, it would be two of these small kingdoms and they're having a clash and they're sending their warriors out. And of course, there was blood and guts and gore. Nowadays, it's football games. So, but it's in us. Not everybody likes football. Not everybody likes any sport. A lot of folks are just turned off by sports altogether. Oh, it's too commercialized. Oh, it's too this. Yeah, but when you watch two teams just sure enough battle it out and they have 50 points, each, that's some heavy duty, we're fighting here. We're really doing our best. And thank God there's no bloodshed. Thank God the spears are footballs and, we've got referees who will call a foul. But it's the energy of the people. And I see the energy coming back. You can feel the energy coming back. Do I have hope for the future? Yes. Do I have hope for mankind? Yes. Um, is all the propaganda and everything they're talking about how bad things are everywhere true? No. We're doing better than they want to believe. They have to have news clicks on the big screen. And if they don't have something to bitch about or something to complain about, then it's just no good. And some of the stuff that they're complaining about is so silly and stupid and asinine that anybody who's listened to some of this drivel is, you got to just go, holy crap. But there are smart people. And I want to remind you about something that somebody said, and it might have been on the Dark Journalist, it might have been someplace else. I'm not sure, but it was said. They asked the question, and I will pose this all to you. Um, Energy is everything. We are energy, surrounded by it. Yep, absolutely, Michelle. But so they were talking about the nuclear um, weapons. Well, remember a couple of years ago when the United States and the Ruskies all said that they had UFOs that had been in the neighborhood of where their like missiles were, and all of a sudden all of the missiles were disarmed. And so here's the thing. So the question was, do you think that, there's going to be a nuclear war. And the answer was no, not in the way we were thinking, because the aliens turned off all the nukes. Remember? And so the commenter was like, "Oh my God, that's right." Several years ago, even the Russians were talking about all their missile silos, and the Americans were like, "Holy crap!" All their shit went off. And we had UFOs in an area, and oh my God. So, are we going to have a nuclear war? Not if the aliens have anything to do with it. If that, if both governments were like, "Yep, it happened. Yep, did it happen to you? Yeah, holy crap." The aliens. Yep, there was a flying saucer and everything put working. Oh, So are we going to have nuclear war? Not if they can help it. Now, the little tactical nukes that have little bits of, used uranium or whatever tip kind of thing, that's how they armor pierce some of these shells that can go right through a tank. And you've seen some of the bomb explosions, not only in the Ukraine, but back when there was, when we were involved in other cities and places, the bomb that goes off that looks like a small mushroom cloud, probably a tactical nuke, just saying. Now, you can have a gas fire that will explode that will give that mushroom cloud look too. So not everything that looks like a mushroom cloud bomb is a nuke, but there's been a few pictures out there and some videos where you go, that looked like a nuke. That just wasn't an explosion. But that the commentator said, no, don't think there's going to be a nuclear war like we think, because the aliens, shut them all off. Now, that's just worth a thought. So, all the people who are worried about it, hang on, wait a minute. Let's talk about this, So, my friends, I've been yapping now for 4.5 hours. 4 hours and 21 minutes. It's time for one more hit. I'm going to say good morning to you. Yeah, galactic support. Absolutely. And so, whether it's true or not, but there was all this information a few years ago about how the Russians and us both lost control and of all our stuff. So, um, if I believe that there are higher powers, and I've seen my own share of UFOs and weird stuff happen. So, do I believe? Absolutely. And do I believe that there are good folks trying to work on our side that do not want to see, if they want to take over the world, they don't want to take over a radiated, contaminated world. They're going to have to live here too, or whatever. So they don't want to see the planet polluted by nuclear weapons going off. Hell no. Can they drop a little one here or there and blow up this place and that one? Yeah, okay. But no, they don't want to see the planet obliterated with radiation. Hell no. There's already enough cosmic stuff coming in, that's making changes to the populations. But hell no, they don't want to see these things. And I'm speaking of the ET folk. And we know that there are 3 or 4 different groups, especially, that are very closely related to us, and as well as other races. But no, the answer is no. They don't, as much as they might want to get rid of us, they don't want to see the planet destroyed. Okay, so is there going to be a nuclear war? Calm down, just calm down. Now, what was in, ooh, that was too good. It might have been on Dark Journalists that the conversation was when Gorbachev and Reagan met and they had the conversation out in the open in front of people, and Reagan asked Gorbachev, much to the dismay of the, the his war chiefs at that time, and Reagan looked at him and said, if we get attacked by aliens, will you come and help us? Will you join with us to fight them? And Gorby was like, yeah, right, which freaked everybody out. So here is the next thing about the nuclear missiles, for example, that the nuclear missiles that Gorby and Reagan were talking about, they could keep up the rhetoric of the we have bombs and you got bombs, but that the bombs would be used against the aliens. That Russia would not necessarily go to war with us, that we would go to war with whatever aliens who might have some other superior power. So, how about shooting a rocket to an alien mothership that's got a nuke that the size or bigger that wiped out Nagasaki and or Hiroshima? Um, or that woke Godzilla and Mothra, and I'm sorry, but there was other things that were like the aliens don't want another nuke going off the way we did on planet Earth, because for every nuke that was sent, they did a lot of underground testing, and that the planet Earth rang like a bell across our galaxy and interdimensionally, that it sent shock waves off in all directions across the universe, and that it woke up a bunch of aliens who might not necessarily have known where we was at the time. But when we sent, I mean, I remember as a kid, there was another test, underground test, middle, Walter Cronkite here on CBS Radio, where another nuclear test was achieved on Bikini Atoll at a certain, our time, a local Eastern time. The bomb was set off to, blah 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 blah. That's what we heard. And, remember, I grew up in the 50s and 60s. So in the late 50s and 60s, they were bomb testing stuff out in the Pacific, and then they moved underground and, and the Russians, set off another bomb in Siberia and, and blah, 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 So it wasn't just Hiroshima and Nagasaki that they set off nuclear weapons. We blew a bunch of them off. And so, and underground and so forth. But here's the thing, there are those who say that we're still getting fallout dropping out of the atmosphere from all the nuclear testing done both by anybody who lit one off in the atmosphere. The radiation went up, and because it's our atmosphere, it doesn't keep on going. And over these many years, all the testing that was ever done above the earth has been still filtering down upon the earth. And there is speculation that, quote, climate change and the different temperatures are a result still from the radiation coming down from all the nuclear testing back in the days. Now, ain't that interesting? Where is this? Well, it went up and it just had no place to go, so it's been filtering back down on us. Interesting. But to the point, you got to understand that, yes, they did blow a bunch of them up in the atmosphere. Yes, that radiation had to go somewhere. Yes, that whether it's still coming down on us or not after all these years, but all the other is true. Was it in the atmosphere? Yes. Was it blowed up there? Yes. Did it all come right down at the same time? No. You know, some of it got caught way up in, yeah. It got caught up in the airstream, yeah. And it's been dropping ever since. Yeah, kind of, sort of. It just is what it is. So, should we be scared of Russia and everybody shooting each other with huge hydrogen bombs and so forth? The answer, probably not. I mean, the rate of it and ET and and all this other, no. Now here's one that folks have forgot about. Many, many years ago, they developed the neutron bomb, okay, where if they dropped it, it would only kill the people and wouldn't destroy any buildings or infrastructure. So, and plus with bioweapons and diseases and flus and stuff, there are other ways to take care of a population, you know, enter something into the water supply, right? Kill millions of people. Nobody knows. I mean, the flu thing was a really big deal, and it was an underhanded way to try to kill off the population, but we're too smart and too resilient, regardless of the more I have heard more people who got sick after having both vaccinations and a booster, at least having two vaccinations, who have gotten sick from COVID. Didn't die, but they got very sick. Households, and me and some of my friends who were the anti-vax part, none of us got sick, and the one or two that did had minor symptoms for 2 or 3 days and was back on their feet. Mild cold, minor flu, a little bit of it, but to the point though that it wasn't deadly or deathly. And still quite a few people that didn't get sick at all, like me. Am I the rare one in the bunch that didn't get it or have any symptoms? I don't know. Um, where was I going with this? So diseases have been around, cold weather has been around, hot weather has gone around. People are talking about now that the Mississippi River, there's not enough water in the Mississippi River, and that it's Armageddon. It's the apocalypse. Listen, I have remember several times when the Mississippi River has gotten really dry, and it's always recovered. There has been a lot of rain out there around Lake Mead and Las Vegas. They've been getting more rain than normal, which is a good thing. It has stopped the lake from dropping anymore and has actually added several inches, if not feet, in areas that have been monitored by folks on Lake Mead. So, we hit a critical point, but, nature has decided to try to keep things that are normal. I think it's because of a lot of prayer. Oh, it's climate change. People were trying to say that the hurricane that went through, Florida here the last 3 weeks ago now was the worst ever, and the devastation. And we were talking, with my friends who I'd never met before about how Hurricane Kate, that back in the 80s, mid 80s, that came through Tallahassee and up in the Panhandle, and it came literally through Thomasville. And Miss Sophia, she said, I was waiting because we lived, you know, between Tallahassee and Thomasville. She said I had to be at work at 11 o'clock, and she said I had to wait on the eye of the storm because it was so stormy. And I followed the eye up to Thomasville so I could go to the hospital, and that they wouldn't let anybody in the hospital because of the storm, but they wouldn't let anybody that was in the hospital leave to go home. And we remember how bad Hurricane Kate was in the 80s. Oh, but folks don't talk about that one and how devastated, how many trees were down in Tallahassee and up here in the Panhandle, and how roads were closed for days and lines were down. And oh, the wasn't nobody talking about climate change back then, you know what I'm saying? And was it a bad hurricane? Yes, it came through here and wiped out all kinds of stuff. It wasn't as messy because there's smaller population here in Tallahassee and in Thomasville, but it still was a terrible storm. It came busting in off of the Gulf of Mexico and up into the Panhandle. We've had several that came up here, and it didn't do the same amount of damage because there's not the same amount of people living in this closed in area like it is in Florida. People are more spread out. So the devastation is worse. So, yeah, I agree. I think people living that close together is stupid. So maybe they won't do this again as far as living so close together because storms are going to happen. But was it the worst one? No. Michael, what now 5 years ago that came through here, and the tornadoes and the devastation, and how much, and they're, in talking with friends of mine, they were like, we went over towards Blakely, and there are still areas over there towards Blakely, Georgia, and Alabama, um, that there are just whole pecan groves were just laid over on their side, whole groves of trees just laid over. And look how far away we are from the coast. Oh, but this hurricane was the worst, and it did the most damage, and it's the only one, and it's because of climate change. Oh, bullshit. This has been going on for a long time. There were bad hurricanes back in the early 1900s, 100 years ago, that were just as devastating, but not as many people lived there. It was 100 years ago, but the storm was just as bad. So it's only the circumstances of the storm and the populated area and the density of people. But this idea that the storm was the worst ever, that it was the only, and it's because of climate change, and it's because of war, and it's because we all got to have electric cars, and because of that's all bullshit. Because these hurricanes and storms have been going on for hundreds of years, and this ain't just the first bad one. It just ain't. Western Florida has been very, very lucky over the years that they have not been hit worse, because we've been got nailed up here in the Panhandle several times Folks don't remember Camille back in the 60s, the early 60s, that wiped out a bunch of folks in Alabama and up in there and Mobile and some places. Devastated, killed a bunch of people. And that was a bad storm. And then Katrina came, but the storm was more about flooding on in that issue. Still bad, still did damage, but most of it was flooding. Well, down in South Florida, they a lot of flooding, and just the ocean came up into people's yards, way inland. Well, when you live 2 or 3 feet above sea level and the storm surge is 9 feet, you're gonna get flooded. Pay attention. If you're gonna live in a flood zone, get the hell off, get up to 9 feet, put your damn house on stilts. Live down there, okay, but be practical. Don't live 2 feet above sea level and think you're forever going to be safe. But those of us who live up here in the panhandle of Florida and out South Alabama, South Georgia, we've been hit so many times since I've lived here in this last 40 years. You know, Florida has been lucky. We've gotten nailed. I mean, high winds and tornadoes and flooding and damage. Them folks down there, they've been lucky, you know. Now we're lucky in that we're not as densely populated, but if you want to talk about storms and what they produced and tree damage and crop damage and let's talk about strength of the wind and how far inland and all that kind of stuff. I'm sorry, but Ian, yeah, it was bad, but come on, it wasn't the worst ever and blah 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 and climate change and it's all because of oh no, just stop it, will you? You know, I've lived through more than that one, you know, a couple of them, lights out for days and, just, you know, I pity them folk. I really do. They really got a bunch of damage. They really got flooded. But again, you live in Florida, 2 feet above sea level. So, yeah, I'm sorry, you get what you get. But even with all the damage and the negative and the deaths, and I'm sorry for all of that, but the propaganda that is created by this weird climate change that all the Democrats and all that we got to turn green and we're going to turn green. There are going to be people that are going to turn green, all right, their faces and their stomachs, but to see the changes up here with the farming, coming back from the doctors today and seeing how much cotton there is still to be combined. But to see the amount of peanuts and the acreage of peanuts that have already been combined and turned into peanut hay and are on the way to the dryers, they're on the way to factories, they're on the way to be made into peanut butter and other, and just being peanuts and boiled peanuts. I seen an empty can of boiled peanuts on the side of the road today when I was getting my mail, right at the top of the driveway, and I was thinking, here's this can of boiled peanuts, a can of boiled peanuts. This is peanut season in South Georgia. What the hell are you buying a can of boiled peanuts for when that's probably one of the worst ways to get them? But, oh my God, go boil some, but here's an empty can on the side of the road. And at the top of the driveway, I was like, who threw this out? Anyway. And why ain't you boiling up some of your own fresh peanut? But, But anyway, I love you all. Um, to see how well the cotton's doing, when in the last few years I've talked about how sparse it was, how, things weren't quite looking as good. And, then being out and just around people and seeing people's attitudes and the freshness. People had their doors open, for example, to their businesses, because it was such a nice day today. People being friendly again without being scared. I mean, I'm really hopeful. I can really see a change. And unless something catastrophic really does come down, I think we're on the mend. I really do. We'll see how the elections go. We'll see how all that crap works out. But regardless of the bigger picture with some of these dummies, what's important is the mayor in the local communities. What's important is who's the governor in the states, who's the lieutenant governor, who's the insurance commissioner, who's the education person thingy, and so these are important things to the people within states, within communities. Does it matter on the federal level? Not as much as it used to, but folks are really interested in their own locales. And like Atlanta is becoming the new, guess what? The new LA. There is so many films and so many movies and so many TV productions that are being produced in and around Atlanta is unbelievable. Atlanta and the state of Georgia is the new California. And also places in Tennessee across the line up there. Um, but I was surprised and in discussions with other people as to how much Atlanta, the suburbs, and the area, and how many people from Hollywood have moved to into Georgia and the Atlanta area. And they're still in movies and still in productions and so forth. And there, if you watch at the end of some of these movies and television thingies, you'll see Georgia and the Peach State thing and the Big Peach. And peaches aren't as near as big a deal as it used to be, but we're still the Peach State. Um, but to see how many productions are being produced in and around in the state of Georgia is like what? So it used to be anybody on the East Coast over here, you had to go to LA to be in a movie. Now you just need to go to Atlanta or the area. So that's interesting. It has brought a different climate to the state. It's brought a lot of different kind of money, a lot of different other kind of stuff, a lot of other different kind of people and the mood and so forth. So for the state of Georgia, I see that wow, with as many folks that want to get the F out of California, and as much as the state of Georgia has already produced so many different things, and is already geared up, and folks are moving in, and movie producers and TV producers and series producers and so there's an infrastructure and people willing to work in the business and so forth, and it ain't California, you know. So for the state of Georgia, it's going to be interesting these next however many years as to how this develops. Which is interesting because years ago, when Burt Reynolds first got into movies, one of the first movies that he made was Gator, and it was filmed down here in South Georgia on a big lake just on the other side of. Actually, the name of the town is Lakeland. So it's a national preserve at the moment. Back then, it was, I don't know if any who owned it, but a lot of cypress trees, and the boat scenes with the boats going through the cypress trees and all, and that was filmed over there down in South Georgia. So Burt Reynolds, who's passed away several years ago, but the fact that way back then Georgia was sort of put on the map. Some of the jungle movies and things they did was done around Wakulla Springs, but some of them were done over around Waycross and in the Okefenokee Swamp, which is a big part of southeast Georgia. And so, depending, there were film productions in South Georgia, and then, Burt Reynolds when they did, the da 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 ba ba da 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 da, was up on the river on the Georgia South Carolina border. What was it? Squeal, Biggie, squeal. Deliverance. That was done in Georgia. So, there have been folks that have been used in Georgia, and there were movies way back in the day that they filmed in Georgia. John Wayne and, oh man, not Stan Laurel, Oliver Hardy. That he and John Wayne did a movie together, at least one that I remember, I think called The Kentuckians or something, but there are parts of it that were filmed in Georgia. And so, but anyway, so the state of Georgia has had, a long history of films here, um, and of, famous people in a way. Doc Holliday was supposedly born around Valdosta, Georgia, down here in the South, and, who hung out with Wyatt Earp and all. So there is that. Laurel and Hardy, Oliver Hardy, was born in a town up in middle Georgia. So um, what's his name? He was on the Dukes of Hazzard. He was from Valdosta, Georgia. So there are actors and folks who have been in around Georgia. Um, who was Green Acres is the place to be. What's the guy? He had a house here in Colquitt County in Moultrie years ago. I can't remember his name, but um, the husband of the two. Farm living is the life for me, and he had a house here in Moultrie, and everybody talked about him and this and that and the other thing. But anyway, it's interesting that after all these years of certain people who were quote famous in the business that had lived or were from Georgia, and from South Georgia, and it kind of made it special. But now that Atlanta and the surrounding area is now the new Los Angeles in making movies and series and stuff like that, that's just really interesting after my almost 50 years of living in Georgia. So anyway, there are all kinds of things that there's all kinds of changes. You never know where you're living, if it's going to be a boom or a bust. There are people who have moved into areas like Naples and down there in Fort Myers that, oh, it's lovely all the time. The beach in Sanibel Island is always lovely all the time. And there's always just sand and beach and fishing and boating. And it's always lovely all the time until one big giant ass storm comes and knocks you on your ass. And I'm honestly sorry for them people. But I hope you all learn a lesson. I just, there should be lessons in tragedy, but we've had stuff knocked over and killed and things happen, and you have to learn to live with the lessons from those tragedies. So I'm hoping that those of us who watch a football game like Alabama and Tennessee and having Tennessee win like they did, that positive energy and good vibes and all that joy goes into the universe where there has been sorrow and agony and depression because of things like the storm, where all those people have lost their homes and all this stuff. I mean, it's really bad, but I've seen it really bad around here, and people have recovered. We've survived. We have recovered, survived, and are stronger from it because we've made it through another one of them damn stores. So, but anyway, I appreciate you all. I said I was going to shut up an hour ago. And I do love you all. And I swear you're in my prayers. So, one more time, and I'm out of here. Like I said one more time ago, I just haven't been on in a while, and there's been things on my brain that just kind of wanted to share. So, I know I've been on a kaleidoscope of topics. Hey, Travis, how are you? See, I was waiting on you. You're one of the folks I was waiting on. I don't know how much longer I can go. Indomitable human spirit. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Michelle. I've watched the sports games come back alive. Where, like I said earlier, 2 years ago there were cardboard figures in the stadiums, and NASCAR. Everybody had a freaking mask on, and now there's still some people with masks on, but it's kind of, dropped. And like, oh my God, are you people serious? There's 100,000 people in the stadium, but you guys in the pit crew and everybody have all got a mask on. You're scared to fucking death. And I'm like, what? Stop it, will you please? But to see 100,000 people in the stands and nobody's worried about getting anything. They're jumping, they're screaming, they're having a good time, they're rooting for their team, their alma mater, their school's history and legacy and traditions. And nobody's worried. They're having a ball. God love it. To see that back again this year and the energy that I see, and even at the end of even at the NFL. But I was watching the ladies lacrosse, and they had large crowds of people cheering and getting close and elbowing and so the different sports, especially in the big arenas. Basketball games are not the same. They're indoors, there's limited seating, but when you get a big open air arena like some of these big, coliseums, 100,000 plus people in one spot is a bunch of people. Now, years ago, when I was in Tampa, I worked as a vendor selling peanuts and cokes and whatever at the Tampa Stadium. And so when the games came around, depending, I watched the Army Navy game there, or maybe it was the Air Force and the Navy. But anyway, they played at Tampa Stadium way back in the day. But I worked as a vendor there at the game, and up and down the stairs and back and forth across the thing and all that, and to be around the people and the cheering and just the whole 9 yards of it. And now the stadium's a lot bigger. holds a bunch more folk. And so trying to think about how it was back in the day when I worked there at the stadium as a vendor and what it must be like now, you know, because it's so much big. Now they've got the Bucks where they didn't have back in the day. And so the changes made and my experience in being able to feel the exhilaration of this large stadium full of people cheering is my point. And so now it's just even more folks. So I can understand that feeling, having been around that feeling with cheering people, with large crowds, how enticing it is and how effective it can have on you, even if you don't give a crap as to who's playing the football game. But there's that energy there. And especially if you're on the side of the winning team and everybody, that you're selling Cokes to on your side is cheering, the other side is like, boo. Okay. So there's that mood too. But in the general rule of the tragedies in the world, to see people having positive energies. Okay, so they're sports arenas, but it's positive energy. Yeah, but it's a football game, but it's positive energy. Oh, it's a ladies lacrosse, but it's positive energy. It's, the playoffs for the, rugby, but it's positive energy. People are going to the baseball games and they're rooting for the teams. We're in the playoff. They're in the playoffs now, but it's positive energy. People are going out. They're having fun. They're interacting. It's positive energy where it's not been so positive over the last 2 years. I absolutely see a change. Now I can't speak for other parts of the world, but just watching just here and in the neighborhood and seeing local football games and meeting people at the restaurant who pay for your lunch out of, you know, for whatever strange reason out of nowhere. There is this different energy. I'm going to keep praying. I'm going to keep hoping. I'm going to keep believing. Been here quite a while, just haven't said anything. Oh, good. Then you won't feel bad. I'm glad you said something because I've been exactly 5 hours and 2 minutes doing this, and I had 2 hours with Robert V, so that makes 7 hours. That's a pretty long shift to be sitting in this chair and having a chat, and I'm drinking on the same drink. I've only had one smoke. I've only had one cigarette. I've only filled the bowl once, and it's still got maybe one more hit in it. Um, you know, um, but I've been here for 5 hours, 2 minutes, and 35 seconds. And I just want to say, I love you all. Thank you, Michelle, for hanging out. You watched the Milky Way too. So you've been listening as long as I've been kind of yapping my big mouth. So I don't see how y'all just sit and listen to my ass run my mouth all the time, but I honestly do love you. And so keep up the good work, y'all. Don't give up. There's a change in the society, there's a change in the way people feel. If it's a damn football game or whatever, those folks who are against sports and who think it's stupid or whatever, folks are rooting for their favorite teams. They're excited about something. They can go to the sports game or whatever, or at least watch it on TV without having to worry about wear the mask, and if it's too many people in the room with you or whatever, have a tailgater or invite some friends over and watch a freaking ball game or something. And spread that joy and the energy and the camaraderie again. And we've been missing that, but seeing it out there, you know, and visiting folks and going to the doctor and just interacting down here. But watching it also, you know, I don't watch a lot of other television, but I have. It is football season. I have been watching some of the college games, and man, there's been some good football, but there's good energy, and that's what I'm speaking about most. It's the energy of the crowds. It's the sold out games. It's seeing the stadium, three tiers filled with people, looking down from the Goodyear blimp, and you go, oh my God, look how many freaking people are there, you know, and they're all enjoying themselves. They're all there to root for their team, and they're all there without worrying about having a mask on and are they going to die, and all the stuff that went with it. So I just think after having gone through 2 years of strange times at Ridgemont High and other places around the planet, that we're back to a normal with people cheering, having fun, eating hot dogs, going to their favorite game, and okay, it's football. Okay, it's basketball. Okay, it's a baseball game. Okay, it's soccer. Okay, it's a hockey game. But people are going, they're interacting, and they're being human again. That's the key. So I love you, and until next time, right? When Notre Dame plays, the blimp lands at the airport just down the road. That's interesting. So you live up there around uh, the mighty Notre Dame folks, eh? A couple of years ago, I just had not watched any football, even though I played it and was in it and all that kind of stuff. And I just gave up. But then something dinged in me a couple of years ago, and I started watching college football again. And maybe it was the coverage, I don't know. But now I would rather watch the college football than the NFL. And there are those folks who are going like, college ball, man, yeah, yeah. But where do you think the NFL players come from? College football. So, but to watch some of these folks and some of the rivalries and like the Alabama Tennessee game last weekend. Oh my God, what a game! The energy. I was sitting here, I was tingling. I was like, oh my God, this is crazy. I can feel the fans in the stand. I can feel their energy. And I was like, you go Tennessee. I was sitting here doing my rooting, which I don't normally do. And, um, for them to win in like the last 3 seconds of the game and just pull it out of the hat the way they did. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm not into sports. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But anyway, but it's the energy of the people, you know, that I've been not necessarily concentrating on, but my spirit guides have been kind of pointing me like, watch the crowd. Yeah, what about them? No, no, no. I want what's going on the field. No, watch the crowd. When the camera pans the crowd, when you see how much and you see how many people are, and their energy and their faces, and you see the people up closer, and you see the fans, and you go, holy crap! The energy that's in that place, in that stadium, in that spot, all that karmic energy focused on a team, you know, I having, only a couple of times and not near the size crowds, like for me being in the Tampa Stadium all them years ago, there was still a lot of people. There was still a lot of cheering. There was still a lot of energy and vibration. I can't imagine what it was like to be in the stadium in Knoxville the other night. It must have just been absolutely phenomenal. So the fact that we humans can create that kind of energy, that joy, even over a football game, I have hope for us as a human race. I do. And there was no fighting, there was no gunshot. I have hopes for the human race, even over a damn college football game. You understand? I, there is hope for us yet. And maybe in a new way because we've had 2 years of bullshit, and folks are ready to be normal again, and it feels good to be normal. And people are participating, it seems like, more than they did before, because they had 2 years when they couldn't participate, and they missed participating in whatever, in watching a football game, watching a baseball game, watching a whatever, getting out and participating again. I have high hopes for I've not given up on the human race, where a couple of years ago I was like, man, we've had it. There's just no hope. That that's it. But no, I think we still got a chance. At least that's what I keep praying. So 5 hours and 10 minutes and 35 seconds. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relatives and relations, and anybody that you might pass by because they might buy you lunch, will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings that just come out of the universe in all sorts of ways and surprises. Each and every day that Duggar and I go out to play and run through the woods like he does, we continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings, big and small, that come to us in the universe. And then that law of three, which is always important to you and me, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and anybody you come in contact will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And spread your happiness, spread some joy. You know, give a thumbs up to people, whether you know them or not. And like what started this conversation for this video tonight, was these two people I met in the parking lot who bought my lunch at the local restaurant. We'd never met before, might not ever meet again, but had a lovely lunch and they paid for it without question, much to my surprise. And so you never know when the unexpected's going to happen, good or bad, but we take it. Oh, it's raining and snowing there, Travis. And and entire town lost power yesterday all day after a major snowstorm. Holy crap. So see, you all got snowstorms like we have tropical storms down here. Trees down everywhere. Wow, heavy snow. A good night to you, Travis. And we have tropical storms that knock out lights and storms and things and stuff like that. But thank God it ain't freaking cold and snow. That's why I wouldn't move back up to Ohio. That's why we moved down to the south. But I moved out of Florida because the weather was always the same. Love you too, David Castle. And hope things are working out and being okay in your neck of the woods and all. And Michelle, thank you as always. Snow and Colt, I know I've been in the snow. I've been back up and, and, you know, been to Detroit several times for business trips. Been to Toronto when we went in one morning and there was a quote, light dusting of snow while we were inside the plant. We came back out and there was 6 inches of snow everywhere. And in Toronto, people were like, oh, it's just a light dusting. And for me, who hadn't seen snow in a while, I was like, holy crap, there's a foot of snow on the ground since we came to work today. Came back out to go get lunch, and there's snow everywhere. They got snow plows out. There's ice everywhere, And of course, we're in Toronto in wintertime, but I had, you know, had not been around it. But having been there for a week, working and doing what we needed to do, it was 5 days, which is almost a week. But to the point, though, in the snow and the light dusting and coming down here, and if South Georgia gets any snow, they close the schools. But anyway, so much different in the same areas. But anyway, y'all, please be safe and spread the smiles when you can. Don't force it down nobody's throat. You don't have to, but just being pleasant and just being kind, just by God, it just goes so far. I keep being amazed about just how simple things just, you know, can go so far in the long run. 5 days was too much. I didn't mind it because I hadn't been around the snow in quite a while, but I was ready to come back to South Georgia. You know, I was ready to get out of it. It was pretty, it was nice to see people playing in it and whatever, but I was ready to come back to South Georgia and get the hell out of that snow. I mean, we drove from Detroit all the way across, all the way to Toronto and back, because it was cheaper to fly into Detroit and drive across than it was to fly into Toronto. It cost almost twice as much for the three of us one time, four of us another time, to go to Toronto. But to fly into Toronto would have cost us, the company a bunch more. So we rented a car in Detroit and drove all the way to Toronto, back and forth several times. So I've seen a good bit of Canada in that respect. Didn't get a chance to get out much, but did get a chance to see the countryside, if you will. And there's some pretty places up there in Canada, but would not move up there. Maybe. And I was there in sort of springtime, early summer, and it was gorgeous. It was cool enough and nice enough in the daytime. It wasn't hot, but I still wouldn't move up there. Maybe go visit in the summertime or something, but I would not move up there in Canada. So God love the people who live up there, but not me. So anyway, good morning, everybody. Please be safe and stay out of the chaos. Until next time, I say cheers. Dante's been putting up information about the Alien Races book number 2. Um, and showing some things over in the Ukraine, showing things about the different spaceships and the Nest 3 over there in Italy, I think it is. Keep an eye on Dante. They're still putting videos out, but they're usually only up for a couple of hours. So if you want to keep up with Dante, then I suggest that you keep an eye on, make sure that you have subscribed and hit the little bell, as they always say, but check your recommendations and check to see if they put a video up, because it may only be up for a couple of hours. So I have missed a couple and I've watched a few because I was like, I would just get the feeling. Let me check and see if they put a video up, because there's certain times of the day that if you check, it's too late. It's, time's run out or whatever. But so anyway, we're in that period. I still say we need to stay in joy mode and positive energies, because a lot of folks want to take that away from us. So be safe. Cheers, everybody. I love you. Till next time, y'all, please be safe. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, David Castle. Travis, good to see you again. And till next time, cheers.